Picture this: chaos all around you, unexpected news, rising tension, the pressure mounting by the second. And yet, you remain calm, focused, unmoved. It might sound like a superpower, but it's something you can train. And the ancient Stoics knew exactly how. Welcome to the Stoicism Guide to Staying Calm in Every Situation. In a world where we're constantly triggered by people, news, deadlines, and our own racing thoughts, Stoicism offers a rare gift: composure. Not by ignoring problems, but by facing them with clarity and courage. This philosophy teaches you how to respond instead of react, how to anchor your mind when emotions try to take over, and how to protect your peace in the midst of any storm. In this guide, you'll learn practical, time-tested tools to stay grounded in moments of stress, conflict, and uncertainty, no matter what life throws your way. Calm isn't a luxury, it's a skill, and it starts here. Let's begin. Have you ever felt like someone's words or actions completely derailed your entire day? Perhaps it was a cutting remark from a colleague, a thoughtless gesture from a friend, or even just an unexpected inconvenience that seemed to spiral into something much larger. That familiar frustration wells up inside you, and suddenly your peaceful morning transforms into an emotional battlefield. It's maddening, isn't it? But here's a truth that might surprise you. No one actually has the power to control your emotions unless you deliberately hand that power over to them. What if you could develop the ability to stay calm and unshaken, regardless of what life or other people throw in your direction? Imagine walking through your day with such a deep sense of inner peace that even the most irritating situations couldn't rattle your composure. This isn't merely wishful thinking or some impossible ideal. It's the result of developing genuine emotional mastery, a skill that anyone can learn with the right approach and consistent practice. The journey toward emotional freedom begins with a fundamental shift in understanding. Most of us have been conditioned to believe that our emotions are automatic responses to external events, that we're victims of circumstance, at the mercy of other people's moods and behaviors. This belief system keeps us trapped in cycles of reactivity, constantly bouncing between emotional highs and lows based on factors completely outside our control. But the reality is far more empowering. While we cannot control what happens to us, we have complete authority over how we choose to respond. Picture yourself in the middle of a peaceful day, perhaps enjoying your morning coffee or taking a relaxing walk through the park. Suddenly, someone approaches with harsh words or inconsiderate behavior. In that moment, your tranquility vanishes, replaced by anger, frustration, or hurt. Your immediate thought might be, "Why did they ruin my day?" But here's where the transformation begins. They didn't ruin anything. Your emotional state changed because you allowed their behavior to dictate your internal experience. This isn't about blame or self-criticism. It's about recognizing where your true power lies. Your emotions are your responsibility, not theirs, not anyone else's. No external force has the inherent ability to control how you feel unless you consciously or unconsciously grant that permission. Think of it this way: the world can present you with countless challenges, obstacles, and difficult people, but only you possess the ultimate authority to decide how these experiences will affect your inner state. Consider the analogy of wearing high-quality, noise-cancelling headphones while walking through a bustling city. The chaos of honking cars, construction noise, and loud conversations doesn't simply disappear. It's all still happening around you. However, it doesn't penetrate your peaceful bubble. Mastering your emotional reactions works in exactly the same way. You don't have to allow the noise of other people's behavior, moods, or negativity to invade your mental sanctuary. There's profound wisdom in the understanding that between any stimulus and your response, there exists a space. In that crucial space lies your power to choose how you will react, and within that choice lies your potential for growth, freedom, and genuine peace. When someone cuts you off in traffic, criticizes your work unfairly, or treats you with disrespect, it's natural to want to blame them for the anger or frustration that follows. But what if, instead of automatically reacting, you learned to pause in that sacred space between trigger and response? In that pause, you discover something remarkable: the power to choose calm over chaos, thoughtfulness over impulsiveness, wisdom over reactivity. Let me share a practical example of how this might look in real life. Imagine you're in an important meeting, presenting an idea you've worked hard to develop. A co-worker dismisses your contribution with what feels like unnecessary harshness or even mockery. Your first instinct might be to defend yourself aggressively, to shut down emotionally, or to carry that resentment with you for the rest of the day. But what if you took a different approach? What if, in that moment of potential reactivity, you paused and took a deep breath? You might reflect, is this really about me and my idea, or is this person acting from their own stress, insecurity, or bias? By reframing the situation through this lens of curiosity rather than defensiveness, you immediately neutralize much of its emotional impact. You begin to see the interaction not as a personal attack, but as information about the other person's internal state. This approach doesn't require you to suppress or deny your feelings. Anger, frustration, hurt, and disappointment are all natural human emotions that deserve acknowledgement. The key distinction lies in recognizing that while your feelings are valid and important, they don't have to dictate your actions or define your day. You can feel disappointed by someone's response while simultaneously choosing not to let that disappointment control your behavior or derail your focus. To begin practicing this mindset shift, try implementing this simple 3-step strategy whenever you notice yourself becoming emotionally triggered. First, pause and identify what's happening internally. When you feel that familiar surge of anger, hurt, or irritation, resist the urge to react immediately. Instead, take a moment to breathe deeply and name the emotion you're experiencing. This simple act of identification helps break the automatic reaction cycle that usually follows intense feelings. Second, ask yourself probing questions about the situation. Reflect on why you're feeling this particular way. Is your emotional response primarily about what actually happened, or is it more about your interpretation of what happened? Often we discover that our strongest reactions stem not from the objective facts of a situation, but from the meaning we've assigned to those facts. By examining this distinction, you create distance between yourself and the emotional charge of the moment. Third, consciously choose your response based on your deeper values and long-term peace rather than the heat of the moment. Ask yourself, how do I want to handle this in a way that I'll be proud of later? What response would reflect the person I'm striving to become? This question shifts your focus from reactive emotion to intentional action, helping you respond from your highest self rather than your most triggered state. The freedom that comes from this approach is genuinely transformative. Imagine walking through life unbothered by the random actions of strangers, unshaken by thoughtless remarks, and unaffected by minor inconveniences. When you truly internalize the truth that your reactions are your choice, all of these external irritations begin to lose their grip on your emotional well-being. Every moment presents you with the same fundamental choice. You can allow others to dictate your emotional state, or you can reclaim your power and protect your inner peace. But emotional mastery extends beyond just managing your reactions to difficult people. It also involves releasing yourself from the exhausting burden of expecting others to behave according to your personal standards and values. How often have you found yourself frustrated, disappointed, or even angry because someone didn't act the way you would have in their situation? Perhaps you went out of your way to help a friend, expecting the same consideration in return, only to discover they weren't available when you needed support. That wave of disappointment washes over you, and you think, how could they be so inconsiderate? I would never treat them this way. This kind of thinking, while understandable, sets you up for constant frustration because it's based on an unrealistic premise. People don't operate according to your internal rulebook. They act based on their own experiences, beliefs, priorities, and current circumstances. Expecting others to think, behave, or respond exactly as you would is like trying to control the weather. It's impossible and only leads to unnecessary suffering. Each person you encounter is walking their own unique path, shaped by factors you may never fully understand. When someone does something that annoys, hurts, or disappoints you, it's rarely a reflection of their feelings about you specifically. More often, it's a reflection of their own internal state, their current challenges, or their learned patterns of behavior. Trying to change or control their actions only leaves you feeling powerless and frustrated. Instead of focusing energy on how others should act, try redirecting that same energy toward accepting people as they are. This doesn't mean becoming a doormat or tolerating genuinely harmful behavior. Rather, it means acknowledging that you cannot change other people and that your peace of mind is too valuable to sacrifice on the altar of unmet expectations. Consider this practical example. You have a co-worker who consistently interrupts others during meetings. This behavior bothers you because you value respectful communication and would never interrupt others yourself. You could spend mental energy seething with frustration, plotting ways to teach them a lesson, or complaining to others about their rudeness. Alternatively, you could recognize that their interrupting habit reflects their communication style, their anxiety about being heard, or patterns they learned long before you knew them. Their behavior has nothing to do with you personally. When you let go of the expectation that they'll change their behavior to match your preferences, you free yourself from unnecessary emotional turmoil. You might still find ways to communicate effectively with this person, but you're no longer carrying the burden of their personality traits as a source of personal stress. The wisdom of letting go of expectations extends to all relationships and interactions. The less you expect others to behave in ways that mirror your own approach to life, the more you protect your emotional equilibrium. This shift in perspective doesn't mean lowering your standards or abandoning your values. Instead, it means recognizing that other people's actions are about them, not about you, and that your peace is too precious to sacrifice for something entirely outside your control. Another significant aspect of emotional mastery involves releasing the compulsive need to always be right in every disagreement or debate. Think about the last time you found yourself in an argument, whether it was something trivial like the best route to take while driving, or something more substantial like a disagreement with a romantic partner about an important decision. As the conversation intensified, Did you feel that familiar, almost physical urge to prove your point, to demonstrate that your perspective was correct? This drive to win every argument often stems from deeper insecurities about our own worth or intelligence. It's as if being wrong in any situation threatens our entire identity or value as a person. But what if you could completely release that need? What if you could approach disagreements with genuine curiosity instead of defensive posturing? There's a powerful question worth considering in moments of conflict. Would you rather be right, or would you rather be at peace? Often, our insistence on proving ourselves correct creates unnecessary tension, damages relationships, and fuels ongoing frustration. On the other hand, letting go of the need to prove yourself allows you to preserve your inner calm and approach conflicts with understanding rather than combativeness. Imagine someone accuses you of handling a situation poorly or making a mistake. Your immediate instinct might be to mount a defense, to argue your case, or to point out their own flaws in return. But what if you paused and asked yourself, is it truly worth my energy to prove them wrong? Will this argument change anything important in my life or relationships? In most cases, you'll discover that the answer is no. Here's a real-world example of how this might play out. A friend insists that their approach to handling a particular problem is superior to yours. Instead of diving into a debate about whose method is better, you could respond with something like, "I can see where you're coming from, and I respect your perspective on this." By responding this way, you not only diffuse potential tension, but also maintain your composure and avoid an unnecessary conflict. This approach doesn't mean abandoning your principles or never expressing your viewpoint. Rather, it means developing the wisdom to recognize when engaging in debate serves a useful purpose and when it's simply an exercise in ego. It's about choosing your battles carefully and saving your energy for disagreements that truly matter, those that align with your core values or affect significant outcomes in your life. Letting go of the need to always be right also opens up space for genuine learning and growth. When you're not constantly defending your position, you become more capable of hearing other perspectives, considering new information, and even changing your mind when presented with compelling evidence. This intellectual humility is actually a sign of strength, not weakness. Closely related to managing expectations and the need to be right is the crucial skill of not allowing other people's words to define your sense of self-worth. Picture this scenario. You're enthusiastically sharing an idea about something you're genuinely passionate about, and someone interrupts with a dismissive comment that cuts straight to your confidence. Suddenly, the excitement and self-assurance you felt moments before evaporates, replaced by doubt and deflation. This emotional roller coaster happens because many of us unconsciously rely on external validation to feel good about ourselves. We hand other people the power to determine our worth through their compliments, criticisms, or judgments. But here's a fundamental truth. Your value as a human being isn't determined by anyone else's opinion. It's not tied to their praise when they approve of you, and it's not diminished by their criticism when they don't. True emotional freedom emerges when you take back that power and ground your sense of worth in something more stable than the shifting opinions of others. Consider this example. A colleague criticizes your work, not with constructive feedback, but in a way that feels harsh and personal. You have a choice in how to interpret and respond to this criticism. You could take it as an attack on your competence and spend the day feeling defeated. Or you could pause and remind yourself, their words reflect their perspective, and possibly their own stress or bias, but they don't determine my value or capabilities. This doesn't mean ignoring all feedback or becoming completely isolated from others' input. Constructive criticism can be incredibly valuable for personal and professional growth. The key is learning to filter what you receive, keeping what serves your development and letting go of what doesn't. Not all opinions carry equal weight, and not all criticism deserves space in your mental landscape. Developing this skill requires practice in separating facts from opinions. When someone offers feedback, ask yourself whether there's genuine truth in what they're saying that could help you improve, or whether it's simply their subjective viewpoint colored by their own experiences and biases. Focus on extracting whatever might be useful for your growth and release the rest without taking it personally. One of the most powerful tools for protecting your emotional well-being is learning to set and maintain healthy boundaries. Imagine this common scenario. A friend calls you in the middle of a busy day, asking for help with something they could probably handle independently. Or perhaps a coworker dumps a last-minute task on your desk, assuming you'll accommodate their poor planning. You feel torn between wanting to be helpful and recognizing that saying yes will disrupt your own priorities and potentially leave you feeling resentful. The difficulty many people experience with saying no stems from a misunderstanding about boundaries. We often view boundaries as selfish or unkind, but they're actually essential for maintaining healthy relationships and protecting our own well-being. Without clear boundaries, you allow others to dictate how you spend your time, energy, and emotional resources. You end up saying yes to everyone else while inadvertently saying no to your own needs and priorities. Think of boundaries as the foundation of self-respect. When you consistently give without protecting your own capacity to give, you eventually find yourself burned out, resentful, and disconnected from your own needs. The saying, "You can't pour from an empty cup," captures this perfectly. If you're constantly giving without replenishing yourself, you'll have nothing left to offer anyone, including yourself. Setting boundaries isn't about being rigid or uncaring. It's about making conscious choices about where to invest your energy and ensuring that you're not overextending yourself to the point of depletion. It's also about teaching others how to treat you. People aren't mind readers, and unless you clearly communicate what you're comfortable with, they may continue to make requests or assumptions that drain your resources. Here's a practical example of boundary setting in action. Imagine you're always the person friends turn to for advice, even late at night when you're trying to unwind. While you want to be supportive, these conversations are starting to interfere with your sleep and personal time. Instead of silently building resentment, you could have a kind but clear conversation. "I really care about you and want to support you, but I need to keep my evenings free to recharge. Could we talk about this tomorrow instead?" This approach is both firm and compassionate, protecting your needs while maintaining the relationship. Effective boundary setting requires 3 key elements: clarity, consistency, and kindness. Be clear about what you need and why. Be consistent in upholding your boundaries once you've established them. This shows others that you're serious about protecting your well-being. And approach these conversations with kindness, focusing on your needs rather than criticizing the other person's requests. Another transformative aspect of emotional mastery involves learning to detach from the opinions others hold about you. The human need for approval runs deep, but relying on external validation is like chasing shadows. You'll never fully catch what you're seeking. Everyone views the world through their own unique lens, shaped by their personal experiences, unconscious biases, and current emotional state. What someone says about you often reveals more about their internal world than it does about your actual character or worth. When you internalize other people's opinions, whether positive or negative, you essentially give them control over your emotional state and decision-making process. Why allow someone else to write the narrative of your life? Your worth isn't up for debate. It's not something that increases with praise or decreases with criticism. It's an intrinsic quality that remains constant regardless of external noise. This perspective might seem challenging to embrace, especially if you're accustomed to seeking approval or feeling devastated by criticism. But consider how liberating it would be to move through life without constantly wondering what others think of your choices, appearance, or actions. Imagine the freedom of pursuing your goals and expressing your authentic self without being paralyzed by fear of judgment. The practice of detaching from others' opinions doesn't mean becoming indifferent to feedback or isolating yourself from meaningful relationships. Rather, it means developing the ability to filter input based on its source and value. Some feedback comes from people who genuinely care about your growth and have insights worth considering. Other opinions come from individuals who may be projecting their own insecurities, limitations, or biases onto you. Learning to respond with silence rather than immediate reaction is another powerful tool in your emotional mastery toolkit. Picture yourself in a heated discussion where someone says something deliberately provocative or hurtful. Your heart rate increases, your face flushes with anger, and every instinct screams at you to fire back with an equally cutting response. But what if, in that moment of intense provocation, you chose to say absolutely nothing? Silence is one of the most underestimated yet powerful responses available to you when dealing with negativity or conflict. It's not about conceding defeat or avoiding necessary confrontation. Instead, it's about choosing calm over chaos, wisdom over reactivity. Responding with silence demonstrates that you're strong enough to value your peace over the temporary satisfaction of retaliation. There's profound truth in the understanding that the less you respond to negativity, the more peaceful your life becomes. Silence speaks volumes without saying a word. It communicates, "I won't allow your behavior to control my emotional state. I won't be drawn into your drama or give you the reaction you're seeking." Consider this workplace example. During a team meeting, a colleague deliberately undermines your contribution, trying to make you look incompetent in front of others. You have several options: engage in a defensive argument, make a sarcastic comeback, or simply pause and remain silent. By choosing silence, you deny them the reactive response they were hoping to provoke. You maintain your composure and demonstrate emotional maturity to everyone present. Silence creates space for clarity. When you don't immediately respond to provocation, you give yourself time to think, assess the situation, and decide whether any response is necessary. Often, you'll discover that silence is the most powerful response available. It allows emotions to settle, prevents escalation, and preserves your energy for more important matters. The practice of gratitude offers another pathway to emotional freedom, particularly when dealing with anger or frustration. Imagine you're having one of those days where everything seems to go wrong. Your plans fall apart, someone makes a thoughtless comment, and even small inconveniences feel overwhelming. Anger and frustration start building, and you find yourself thinking, "Why does everything have to be so difficult?" In moments like these, gratitude can serve as a mental reset button. Here's a remarkable truth. You cannot simultaneously feel genuine gratitude and intense anger. These emotional states are incompatible. Gratitude has the power to pull you out of negative spirals and remind you of the good that exists even in challenging situations. This doesn't mean forcing fake positivity or denying legitimate concerns. Rather, it means training your mind to notice and appreciate what's working in your life, even when some things aren't going according to plan. Take a simple example. You're stuck in traffic, running late for an important appointment. Instead of fuming at the cars ahead, try shifting your attention to 3 things you can genuinely appreciate in that moment. Perhaps the fact that you have reliable transportation, the opportunity you're headed toward, or even just the music playing on your radio. This might sound trivial, but this kind of intentional gratitude practice can dramatically alter your emotional state. It doesn't change the external situation, but it transforms your internal experience of it. Gratitude builds resilience, fosters patience, and helps you maintain perspective during difficult times. Developing a daily gratitude practice can strengthen this emotional muscle. At the end of each day, try writing down 3 things that went well, no matter how small they might seem. This simple exercise trains your brain to actively look for positive aspects of your experience rather than defaulting to complaints and frustrations. When faced with criticism or negative feedback, gratitude can serve as a reframing tool. Instead of immediately becoming defensive or hurt, you might think, "I'm grateful for this opportunity to learn something about myself or my work, even if the feedback wasn't delivered in the kindest way." This doesn't excuse poor communication from others, but it keeps you in control of your emotional response and allows you to extract value from difficult interactions. Learning to reframe criticism as a tool for growth rather than a personal attack represents another crucial aspect of emotional mastery. Imagine you've just shared an idea you're genuinely excited about, and someone immediately dismisses it with harsh criticism. Your natural response might be defensiveness, hurt feelings, or anger. But what if you could train yourself to see criticism, regardless of how it's delivered, as potentially valuable information for your development? This perspective shift doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't mean all criticism is valid or worth incorporating. Some people criticize out of envy, ignorance, or malice, and learning to distinguish between constructive feedback and destructive commentary is an important skill. However, even poorly delivered criticism sometimes contains kernels of truth that can help you improve or see blind spots you might have missed. The key is developing the ability to separate the message from the messenger and the content from the delivery method. When someone criticizes your work or ideas, try asking yourself, is there any truth in what they're saying that could help me grow? What can I learn from this feedback, regardless of how it was presented? This approach requires significant emotional maturity because it means putting aside your ego and immediate emotional reactions in service of potential learning. It's challenging work, but the payoff is enormous. When you can extract value from criticism without taking it personally, you become virtually unshakable. Other people's opinions lose their power to derail your confidence or progress. Finally, mastering the art of letting go might be the most transformative skill of all. Imagine holding a burning piece of coal in your hand, determined to throw it at someone who hurt you. While you're waiting for the right moment to hurl it, the coal continues burning your palm. This metaphor perfectly captures how anger, resentment, and grudges work. They harm you far more than the person who originally caused your pain. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting what happened or condoning harmful behavior. It means releasing the emotional weight that keeps you trapped in the past, freeing yourself from the ongoing control of negative experiences. When you truly let go, you reclaim your energy, your peace of mind, and your ability to focus on the present moment where your real power lies. Think about a time when someone betrayed your trust, treated you unfairly, or said something deeply hurtful. How much mental energy did you spend replaying that incident? How much time did you invest in imagining what you should have said or fantasizing about getting revenge? All of that energy could have been directed toward your own growth, relationships, and goals instead. Letting go is ultimately a gift you give yourself, not the other person. It's a choice to prioritize your own well-being over the satisfaction of holding on to justified anger. This doesn't mean becoming passive or failing to protect yourself from future harm. It means releasing the emotional charge of past events so they no longer control your present experience. The journey toward emotional mastery is ongoing, requiring consistent practice and patience with yourself as you develop these new patterns of thinking and responding. Each time you choose to pause before reacting, set a healthy boundary, respond with silence instead of anger, or let go of something you cannot control, you take another step toward genuine freedom. These aren't just abstract concepts or philosophical ideals. They're practical tools you can use every day to protect your peace, build resilience, and create the kind of life you truly want to live. The goal isn't to suppress your emotions or become indifferent to what happens around you. Instead, it's about developing the strength and wisdom to respond to life's challenges from a place of centeredness rather than reactivity. Remember, emotional mastery isn't about what happens to you. It's about how you choose to respond to what happens. That choice, and the power it represents, is always and entirely yours. As you continue practicing these principles, you'll discover that true strength doesn't come from controlling others or external circumstances. It comes from mastering yourself, protecting your energy, and maintaining your peace regardless of the chaos that might swirl around you. The path to living unbothered isn't about avoiding difficult situations or challenging people. It's about developing the inner resources to navigate whatever life presents with grace, wisdom, and unshakable calm. Every moment offers you the opportunity to practice these skills, and with each conscious choice you make, you become more free, more peaceful, and more truly yourself. In the relentless chaos of our contemporary lives, it's remarkably easy to feel as though we're drowning in an endless sea of stress, uncertainty, and overwhelming responsibilities. The modern world seems designed to keep us perpetually off balance, constantly reacting to external pressures rather than responding from a place of inner strength and clarity. Yet, amidst this turbulence, there exists a profound path to calm that has withstood the test of centuries, a philosophical approach that offers not just temporary relief, but lasting transformation of how we experience life itself. Picture this profound possibility. Despite everything that life throws at you, crushing work pressures, complicated personal conflicts, unexpected challenges that seem to come from nowhere, you could learn to stand firm, unshaken, and genuinely serene. This isn't merely a beautiful dream or an impossible ideal reserved for ancient philosophers. It represents the very essence of Stoicism, a practical philosophy that teaches us how to master our emotions, control our reactions, and live with unprecedented inner peace and purpose. Stoicism emerged from ancient Greece and Rome, developed by brilliant minds who understood that true happiness and freedom come not from external circumstances, but from how we choose to interpret and respond to those circumstances. This isn't about becoming emotionally numb or indifferent to life's experiences. Rather, it's about developing such profound inner strength that external events lose their power to dictate your emotional state and derail your sense of well-being. The principles we're about to explore together are not abstract theoretical concepts gathering dust in ancient texts. They are practical, actionable tools that you can implement immediately in your daily life to build genuine resilience, unshakable inner strength, and a deep sense of purpose that no external circumstance can diminish. Whether you're currently struggling with a difficult relationship that seems to drain your energy, feeling completely overwhelmed by mounting responsibilities that never seem to decrease, or simply seeking a deeper, more meaningful sense of purpose in your existence, the timeless wisdom of Stoicism offers profound insights and practical strategies that can help you not just survive, but truly thrive. The journey we're embarking on together will take us through fundamental Stoic teachings that address every aspect of human experience, from learning how to maintain unwavering purpose in life to mastering the subtle but powerful art of emotional control. Each principle we explore represents a stepping stone toward a life where external events no longer have the power to dictate your inner peace, where you become the author of your own emotional experience rather than a victim of circumstance. The foundation of Stoic philosophy rests on a revolutionary understanding. We cannot control what happens to us, but we have complete sovereignty over how we choose to respond. This distinction between what is within our control and what lies beyond it forms the bedrock of all Stoic practice. When you truly internalize this principle, you begin to see that most of your suffering comes not from external events themselves, but from your resistance to those events and the meanings you assign to them. Imagine setting sail on a vast, unpredictable ocean without any clear destination in mind. You would drift aimlessly, completely subject to every shift in the wind and every rise and fall of the waves. This is precisely what life feels like when lived without a firm, clearly defined purpose, directionless, vulnerable, and at the mercy of forces beyond your control. The ancient Stoic teacher Epictetus emphasized the critical importance of having clear, unwavering purposes that guide your decisions and actions. He taught that difficulties reveal a person's true character, and the greater the difficulty, the more glory there is in successfully overcoming it. This insight isn't merely philosophical speculation. It's a direct call to action that can transform how you approach every challenge in your life. When you cultivate and maintain a firm purpose, it functions like a reliable compass that guides you through life's most tumultuous seas. This purpose doesn't materialize spontaneously or by accident. It emerges through dedicated moments of deep, honest reflection on what truly matters to you at the deepest level of your being. Finding your authentic purpose requires moving beyond superficial career goals or material achievements to examine the fundamental principles and values you want to dedicate your entire life to embodying. This process involves asking yourself profound questions that many people spend their entire lives avoiding. What do you genuinely stand for when no one is watching? What kind of person do you aspire to become, not just in terms of external success, but in terms of character and integrity? What legacy do you want to leave behind that extends far beyond material accomplishments? These questions demand courage to answer honestly because they require you to look beyond societal expectations and external validation to discover what resonates most deeply with your authentic self. The process of identifying your firm purpose is ongoing and evolutionary. It's not something you determine once and then file away, but rather a living principle that grows and deepens as you do. Once you identify and commit to your authentic purpose, something remarkable happens. It begins to function as an unshakable anchor that grounds you amidst whatever chaos life may present. Challenges, setbacks, and obstacles don't disappear, but they transform from insurmountable mountains into manageable stepping stones that you can navigate with confidence and grace. When your goals and values become crystal clear through this process of deep reflection, the seemingly overwhelming world around you begins to shrink down to manageable proportions. What once appeared as colossal, impossible challenges reveal themselves to be simply steps in your journey toward fulfilling your ultimate purpose. This inner strength, cultivated through dedicated Stoic practice, creates a resilience that cannot be easily defeated by external circumstances. Your firm purpose becomes not just a destination you're moving toward, but a guiding light that illuminates every decision and helps you navigate life's complexities with unprecedented confidence and clarity. The development of a firm purpose requires continuous nurturing and protection through what the Stoics called diligence, a steadfast commitment to your goals that persists regardless of temporary setbacks or failures. This involves showing up consistently, day after day, even when motivation wanes and the path forward seems unclear. It means pushing through disappointments and obstacles while maintaining the understanding that these difficulties are not roadblocks, but integral parts of your growth journey. A firm purpose serves multiple functions in your life. It acts as a beacon that provides guidance during dark and confusing times, offers a sense of security and stability when life's whirlwinds attempt to pull you off course, and functions as a life preserver that keeps you from drowning in overwhelming emotions or difficult circumstances. This is the transformative power of Stoicism in action. It's not merely a collection of rules for living, but a profound understanding of the incredible power of human will and determination when properly focused and consistently applied. The next fundamental aspect of Stoic practice involves learning to guard your mind with the same vigilance you would use to protect your most precious possessions. When someone offends, criticizes, or attacks us, our natural human response is to feel hurt and immediately want to retaliate or defend ourselves. This reactive pattern has been conditioned into us through years of social programming, but Stoicism offers a revolutionary alternative approach that can liberate us from this exhausting cycle of emotional reactivity. The Stoic understanding teaches us that our emotions are not direct results of external events, but rather products of our thoughts and personal perspectives about those events. This insight places tremendous power back into our hands because it means we always have the ability to choose how we respond to any situation, regardless of how challenging or provocative it might be. Instead of allowing offense or criticism to overwhelm our emotional equilibrium, we can learn to see these experiences as valuable opportunities to strengthen our patience, self-awareness, and emotional resilience. Think of this process like building physical muscle through resistance training. Every time you resist the urge to react impulsively to provocation, you're strengthening your mental and emotional muscles. You're training your mind to remain calm and composed, regardless of external circumstances. This kind of mind control isn't about suppression or denial of emotions. It's about developing the sophisticated skill of observing your emotional responses without being controlled by them. Developing this capacity requires daily practice through small, achievable steps that gradually build your confidence and reinforce your ability to maintain mental sovereignty. Start by setting modest goals each day and celebrating each accomplishment, no matter how minor it might seem. Each small victory builds self-confidence and strengthens your conviction that you possess the power to control your mental and emotional responses to life's challenges. The practice also involves cultivating present-moment awareness and developing a deeper understanding of your emotional patterns and triggers. When you begin to recognize that you have the fundamental power to choose your reactions rather than being at their mercy, you become increasingly resilient to challenges and less susceptible to being knocked off balance by negative emotions or difficult people. Guarding your mind also requires establishing and maintaining healthy boundaries around what you allow into your mental space. Just as you wouldn't permit garbage or toxic waste into your physical home, you must be equally protective of your mental environment. This means being selective about the media you consume, the conversations you engage in, and the people you spend time with. Surround yourself with positive influences that genuinely uplift and inspire your growth, rather than those that drain your energy or reinforce negative thinking patterns. Reading books that expand your knowledge and challenge your assumptions, engaging in conversations that stimulate growth rather than gossip, and spending time with people who support and encourage your highest potential all contribute to creating a mental environment that supports your Stoic practice. This isn't about creating an unrealistic bubble of positivity, but rather about being intentional and discriminating about the influences you allow to shape your thoughts and perspectives. Regular mindfulness or meditation practice serves as one of the most effective tools for developing the gap between stimulus and response that is central to Stoic philosophy. These practices help you become increasingly aware of your thoughts and emotions as they arise, creating space between what happens to you and how you choose to respond. In that crucial space lies your power and freedom, the ability to respond from wisdom rather than react from emotion. Another essential Stoic principle involves learning to handle criticism and negative feedback with grace and wisdom, rather than defensiveness or emotional reactivity. Epictetus taught that while we cannot control the opinions or actions of others, we maintain complete control over how we choose to react to them. This principle means that even when someone criticizes us harshly or unfairly, we retain the power to decide how much their words will affect our emotional state and self-perception. In our interconnected modern world, this translates to accepting that everyone operates from their own unique perspectives and value systems, which may not always align with ours. It's completely normal and inevitable to encounter differing opinions and sometimes harsh words from others. What ultimately matters is not whether people approve of us or our choices, but how we process and respond to their feedback in ways that serve our growth and maintain our inner peace. The first step in handling criticism effectively involves developing deep self-understanding and self-awareness. When you have a clear understanding of your motivations, values, and the reasons behind your actions, criticism from others naturally loses much of its emotional sting. If you know with certainty that you are acting according to your principles and authentic values, negative words from others become far less significant and emotionally disruptive. This self-awareness creates a strong internal foundation that protects you from being easily swayed by external opinions or validation-seeking behaviors. When faced with criticism, instead of immediately reacting defensively or emotionally, the Stoic approach involves pausing and reflecting thoughtfully. Ask yourself whether there might be any truth or valuable insight contained within the criticism, even if it was delivered in a harsh or inconsiderate manner. This doesn't mean you must accept all criticism as valid or automatically change your behavior based on others' opinions. Rather, it demonstrates the kind of maturity and wisdom that can extract useful information from difficult interactions while maintaining your emotional equilibrium and self-respect. Sometimes even poorly delivered feedback contains kernels of truth that can contribute to your personal or professional development if you're open to considering them objectively. Stoicism also emphasizes the crucial importance of practicing patience and gentleness in your responses to criticism. Patience allows you to maintain your composure and avoid reacting hastily or negatively when others disagree with or attack your choices. Gentleness helps you preserve good relationships with others, even when they're being critical or unreasonable, because you're responding from your highest self rather than your triggered emotions. The practice of handling criticism also involves developing what might be called thick skin, not in the sense of becoming indifferent or callous, but rather building genuine resilience and perspective. This means understanding that not all criticism is actually about you personally. Sometimes people criticize others because of their own insecurities, frustrations, unresolved issues, or simple misunderstandings of the situation. By recognizing this dynamic, you can learn to depersonalize criticism and prevent it from affecting your self-worth or derailing your confidence. You begin to see criticism as information about the other person's internal state rather than an objective assessment of your character or capabilities. This shift in perspective is tremendously liberating because it removes the emotional charge from others' negative opinions. The Stoic approach to handling offense represents one of the most transformative aspects of this philosophy. Epictetus taught that what truly frightens and dismays us is not external events themselves, but rather how we choose to think about and interpret those events. This means that when someone offends you through their words or actions, it's not their behavior that causes your emotional pain. It's your perception and reaction to that behavior. This insight is profoundly liberating because it shifts control from external circumstances back to your internal world, where you actually have the power to make meaningful changes. Transforming offense isn't about denying or suppressing your emotions when someone hurts you. Feeling hurt or angry is a natural human response that deserves acknowledgement and respect. Rather, it's about learning to acknowledge these emotions without being controlled or dominated by them. The practice involves creating conscious space between the stimulus of someone's offensive behavior and your response to it. In that space lies your power to choose a response that aligns with your values and long-term goals, rather than simply reacting from emotional impulse. This space allows you to respond from wisdom rather than wound, from strength rather than reactivity. One practical method for transforming offense involves cognitive reframing, consciously choosing to look at difficult situations from different perspectives. When you feel offended, try shifting your focus from the negative aspects to potential learning opportunities. This doesn't mean you have to agree with the person who offended you or excuse their behavior, but it allows you to extract any possible lessons and use the experience for personal growth. For instance, if a friend criticizes your lifestyle choices in a way that feels hurtful, instead of taking it personally and responding defensively, you might consider whether there's any merit to their observation or whether it's an opportunity to reaffirm your commitment to your chosen values. This approach transforms potentially destructive interactions into opportunities for self-reflection and character development. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of practicing empathy when dealing with offensive behavior. When someone offends you, try putting yourself in their position and considering what they might be experiencing that's causing them to act in hurtful ways. This perspective doesn't excuse bad behavior, but it helps you respond with compassion and understanding rather than anger and resentment. It recognizes that everyone faces struggles and challenges that may cause them to act in ways that aren't their best selves. Another powerful technique for transforming offense involves the practice of forgiveness, not for the other person's benefit, but for your own freedom and peace of mind. Holding on to offense and resentment is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer the consequences. By choosing to forgive, you free yourself from the burden of carrying negative emotions that only harm your own well-being and cloud your judgment. Forgiveness in the Stoic sense doesn't mean condoning offensive behavior or pretending it didn't happen. Rather, it means releasing the emotional charge and choosing not to let the incident continue, affecting your peace of mind and emotional state. It's a gift you give yourself that allows you to move forward with clarity and inner peace rather than being trapped in cycles of resentment and anger. The Stoic understanding of fear and shame represents another crucial area for developing emotional mastery and inner strength. Epictetus pointed out a profound truth that many people never fully grasp. We ourselves are the ones who assign meaning to events, thus creating fear and shame within our own consciousness. This means that these difficult emotions are not inherent qualities of situations themselves, but rather products of our interpretations and the stories we tell ourselves about what's happening. Once you truly understand this principle, you can begin to fundamentally change the way you perceive and respond to fear and shame, transforming them from paralyzing emotions into opportunities for growth and self-discovery. Fear often arises from uncertainty about the future or anticipation of negative outcomes. While fear serves an important biological function in protecting us from genuine dangers, it can become debilitating and limiting when it prevents us from taking necessary risks or pursuing meaningful goals. Stoicism teaches us to face our fears directly rather than avoiding or running away from what scares us. This involves examining our fears closely and analytically, breaking them down into specific, manageable components. Often you'll discover that fear loses much of its power when you subject it to rational analysis and honest examination. For example, if you're afraid of public speaking, this fear might stem from worry about being judged negatively or making embarrassing mistakes. But by breaking down this fear into its component parts, you might realize that audiences are generally supportive rather than harshly judgmental, that everyone makes mistakes when speaking publicly, and that these mistakes are rarely as significant or memorable as we imagine them to be. By facing this fear through preparation, practice, and gradual exposure, you slowly chip away at its power over you. Each successful speaking experience builds confidence and demonstrates that the fear was largely based on imagined rather than real threats. This process of facing fears directly and systematically is one of the most effective ways to build genuine courage and resilience. Shame represents another deeply challenging emotion that can make us feel fundamentally flawed or unworthy as human beings. Shame often stems from societal pressures, past mistakes, or internalized critical voices that tell us we're not good enough. Stoicism teaches us to confront shame with courage and self-compassion, rather than allowing it to define our self-worth or limit our potential. The Stoic approach to shame involves accepting our inherent imperfections as human beings while learning from our experiences rather than being defined or paralyzed by them. This requires honest self-reflection about past mistakes combined with a commitment to growth and self-improvement, rather than self-condemnation and emotional self-punishment. When you feel ashamed of a past mistake or failure, the Stoic practice involves facing it directly rather than avoiding or suppressing the uncomfortable feelings. Reflect on what happened and why. Extract whatever lessons are available and then use that knowledge to make better choices moving forward. This process transforms shame from a source of self-loathing into valuable information for personal development. Self-forgiveness plays a crucial role in overcoming shame. Holding on to shame keeps you trapped in cycles of self-criticism that prevent growth and healing. By learning to forgive yourself, acknowledging mistakes without excusing them, learning from them, and then releasing the emotional charge, you create space for positive change and forward movement. The practice of anticipating obstacles represents another fundamental Stoic principle that builds resilience and emotional stability. Epictetus suggested that by envisioning potential difficulties along our path, we prepare ourselves to face them with calm thoughtfulness rather than being caught off guard by unexpected challenges. This practice isn't about pessimism or expecting the worst possible outcomes, but rather about realistic preparation and mental resilience. When you anticipate potential obstacles, you're not caught off guard when difficulties arise. Instead, you've already considered possible solutions and prepared mentally for various scenarios. This preparation reduces the emotional impact of setbacks and allows you to respond more effectively when challenges actually occur. One practical technique for implementing this principle is called premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This involves taking time to visualize potential challenges and mentally rehearse how you would respond to them. For example, before an important presentation, you might consider what could go wrong, technical difficulties, challenging questions, or even personal nervousness, and plan your responses to these scenarios. This practice isn't about dwelling on negativity or becoming anxious about potential problems. Rather, it's about building mental resilience and adaptability. When you've mentally rehearsed handling difficulties, you're less likely to be thrown off balance when they occur. You become more flexible and capable of maintaining your composure, which is a hallmark of Stoic philosophy. Anticipating obstacles also involves maintaining flexibility and openness to change. Life rarely unfolds exactly as we plan, and rigid expectations often lead to disappointment and unnecessary stress. By anticipating that things may not go as expected, you can remain adaptable and adjust your plans as circumstances require. This flexibility is essential for navigating life's uncertainties with grace and effectiveness. The concept of building inner strength through conscious choice and practice forms the very heart of Stoic philosophy. Epictetus famously taught that it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. This simple yet profound statement captures the essence of where true power lies, not in changing external circumstances, which are often beyond our control, but in mastering our internal responses and maintaining sovereignty over our own consciousness. Inner strength is cultivated through consistent self-awareness and deliberate practice, rather than being something you either have or don't have. It begins with learning to recognize and observe your emotions without being overwhelmed or controlled by them. This doesn't mean suppressing or denying your feelings, but rather developing the capacity to witness them with some degree of objectivity and choice about how to respond. When you become aware of your emotional triggers and patterns, you gain the ability to manage your reactions more skillfully. This self-awareness represents the foundation of inner strength because it gives you information about your internal landscape and creates options for how to respond to challenging situations. Stoicism emphasizes the crucial importance of distinguishing between what lies within your control and what exists beyond it. This distinction forms the foundation of inner peace and effective action. We cannot control other people's actions, opinions, or decisions, but we maintain complete authority over our attitudes, responses, and the meaning we assign to events. By consistently focusing your energy and attention on what you can actually influence, you conserve your resources and reduce unnecessary stress and frustration. Forgiveness represents another powerful component of inner strength. Holding on to grudges and resentment drains your energy and clouds your judgment, keeping you emotionally tied to past hurts rather than free to move forward. Stoicism teaches us to practice forgiveness not as a favor to others, but as a gift to ourselves that releases us from the burden of carrying negative emotions. This forgiveness doesn't require condoning harmful behavior or pretending that hurtful actions didn't matter. Rather, it involves releasing the emotional charge of past events so they no longer have power over your present experience. By forgiving, you create space for healing, growth, and new possibilities rather than remaining trapped in cycles of resentment and anger. Building inner strength also requires developing resilience through viewing setbacks and challenges as opportunities to strengthen your character. Life inevitably presents ups and downs, difficulties and successes. The key lies in approaching these experiences as chances to practice resilience, patience, and perseverance. Every challenge you face becomes an opportunity to build your capacity for handling future difficulties with greater skill and composure. The practice of restraining impulsive actions represents another essential aspect of Stoic training. This principle involves developing the ability to pause between feeling an impulse and acting on it, creating space for reflection and conscious choice rather than automatic reaction. This isn't about suppressing emotions or pretending they don't exist, but rather about acknowledging feelings while choosing actions based on reason and values rather than immediate emotional impulses. Consider the common experience of driving in heavy traffic when another driver cuts you off unexpectedly. Your immediate reaction might be anger or even road rage, with impulses to honk aggressively or shout at the other driver. The Stoic approach involves pausing to consider whether acting on these impulses would actually improve the situation or simply escalate tension and stress. By choosing to remain calm and composed instead of reacting impulsively, you maintain control over your emotional state and contribute to a more peaceful environment for everyone involved. This practice of restraint builds your capacity for self-regulation and demonstrates mastery over your immediate reactions. Another aspect of restraining actions involves developing the ability to delay gratification in service of longer-term goals. In our fast-paced, instant gratification culture, we're constantly tempted to seek immediate rewards and avoid temporary discomfort. However, Stoicism teaches the profound value of patience and perseverance in working toward meaningful objectives that require sustained effort over time. The principle also applies to communication and relationships. In moments of heated discussion or conflict, it's easy to let emotions take control and say things you might later regret. Stoicism encourages practicing restraint in speech, taking time to consider the impact and value of your words before expressing them. This mindful approach to communication builds stronger, more respectful relationships and prevents unnecessary damage from impulsive reactions. Learning to accept what cannot be changed while taking effective action where possible represents the culmination of Stoic practice. Acceptance doesn't mean passive resignation or giving up on your goals and dreams. Rather, it involves acknowledging reality as it exists while focusing your energy on areas where you can make a meaningful difference. This acceptance becomes the foundation for effective action because it eliminates the energy drain that comes from fighting against unchangeable circumstances. When you accept a difficult situation, you can focus on responding constructively rather than wasting resources on resistance and denial. For example, if you lose your job, it's natural to feel upset and worried about the future. However, by accepting the reality of the situation, you can channel your energy into productive actions like updating your resume, networking, and exploring new career opportunities. This acceptance-based approach enables you to navigate challenges more effectively while reducing the emotional toll of difficult experiences. The practice of living according to nature, as understood by Stoic philosophers, means recognizing your place in the interconnected web of existence and acting in accordance with your rational and social nature as a human being. This principle encourages living authentically in harmony with the fundamental principles that govern both human flourishing and the broader cosmos. Living according to nature begins with developing deep self-awareness and understanding of your authentic values, strengths, and purpose. This requires honest introspection and reflection on what truly matters to you at the deepest level, beyond societal expectations or external pressures. By understanding your natural tendencies and authentic inclinations, you can make choices that align with your true self, rather than conforming to others' expectations. This principle also involves recognizing and accepting the natural cycles and rhythms of life. Just as seasons change in predictable patterns, our lives go through different phases of growth, stability, challenge, and renewal. By accepting these natural cycles, you can navigate life's transitions with greater ease and wisdom, rather than fighting against the inevitable changes that characterize human existence. Living according to nature involves cultivating the classical virtues that the Stoics identified as essential for human flourishing: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues serve as guiding principles that help navigate life's complexities and make ethical decisions in challenging situations. Wisdom allows you to see situations clearly and make informed choices. Courage provides the strength to face adversity and take necessary action. Justice ensures that you act fairly and honorably in your relationships with others. Temperance helps you maintain balance and self-control in all aspects of life. As we reach the culmination of this exploration into Stoic wisdom, it's important to remember that these principles are not merely intellectual concepts to be understood and filed away. They represent a practical philosophy for living that requires consistent application and practice to become integrated into your daily experience. The true power of Stoicism lies not in knowing these principles, but in embodying them through your choices, reactions, and responses to life's continuous challenges and opportunities. The journey towards Stoic mastery is lifelong and requires patience with yourself as you develop new patterns of thinking and responding. Each time you choose to pause before reacting impulsively, each time you practice acceptance of unchangeable circumstances while taking constructive action where possible, Each time you choose wisdom over immediate gratification, you strengthen your capacity for living with genuine freedom and inner peace. True power, as the Stoics understood, lies not in controlling the world around you, an impossible task that leads only to frustration and suffering, but in mastering your own mind, emotions, and actions. When you develop this internal mastery, external circumstances lose their power to dictate your emotional state or derail your sense of purpose and direction. The wisdom of Stoicism offers a path to genuine liberation from the tyranny of external circumstances and other people's opinions. It provides practical tools for building unshakable resilience, maintaining inner peace regardless of external turbulence, and living with authentic purpose and meaning. These ancient insights remain as relevant and powerful today as they were 2,000 years ago, because they address the fundamental aspects of human nature and experience that transcend cultural and historical boundaries. As you continue on your own journey of growth and self-discovery, carry these Stoic principles with you, not as rigid rules to follow, but as flexible guidelines that can be adapted to your unique circumstances and challenges. Let them serve as a compass that points you toward wisdom, courage, and inner peace, regardless of what storms or calm seas lie ahead on your path through life. Imagine living with unshakable peace, where nothing and no one has the power to disturb you, where criticism, offenses, and problems stop stealing your calm. Sounds impossible, doesn't it? But the Stoics achieved exactly this. While the world reacted with rage and frustration, they maintained serenity. Not because they didn't feel emotions, but because they had learned to master them. Today, I'm going to reveal how you can do the same. If you apply these teachings, you'll never again become angry or bothered by anyone, not because the world changes, but because you will have changed. The journey to emotional mastery begins with understanding the profound, destructive nature of anger itself. Anger stands as one of the most devastating emotions the human being can experience. It doesn't merely damage those around us, it corrodes us from within, weakening our minds and dragging us toward decisions we will inevitably regret. The Stoics considered anger one of the greatest threats to virtue, because when anger takes control, we cease to be rational and become slaves to our impulses. Anger is not a sign of strength, but of weakness, proof that we have lost dominion over ourselves. Anger resembles an uncontrolled fire. It begins with a spark, perhaps a misunderstood word, an action we consider unjust, or an unexpected obstacle. If we give it oxygen through ruminating thoughts, it grows rapidly until it becomes a blaze that destroys our mental clarity, our relationships, and our well-being. Marcus Aurelius warned that the best way to combat anger is to prevent it from being born in the first place. If we learn to recognize its first signs, we can extinguish it before it consumes us completely. The consequences of anger are devastating. It not only provokes unnecessary conflicts, but also affects our health. Science confirms what the Stoics already knew. Anger elevates blood pressure, weakens the immune system, and can trigger cardiovascular problems. It's not just a momentary emotion. It's poison that, if allowed to grow, destroys both body and mind. Epictetus taught that it's not external circumstances that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. If someone insults us, it's not the insult that damages us, but the importance we give it. Learning to control our perception is the first step to mastering anger. When we let ourselves be carried away by anger, our actions become irrational. In the moment, it seems justifiable to shout, insult, or even hit something. But when the storm passes, we realize we've only made the situation worse. A fit of anger can destroy relationships that took years to build. An impulsive comment can leave wounds that never fully heal. Seneca said that anger is like momentary delirium, a state in which we cease to be masters of our words and actions. If we observe ourselves carefully, we'll see that most of our angry reactions are disproportionate and lacking logic. Imagine an argument with a loved one. In the heat of the moment, harsh words seem necessary, but once everything calms down, we realize we could have handled the situation with more wisdom. Most problems can be resolved through dialogue and patience, but anger blinds our capacity to reason. Instead of seeking solutions, we seek revenge, and with this, we only fuel a cycle of resentment and pain. The Stoics teach us that the best way to combat anger is through self-discipline and reflection. Marcus Aurelius recommended remembering that life is short and that most problems that enrage us are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Seneca suggested practicing patience and indifference to provocations. True strength lies not in responding with violence, but in maintaining calm when everything around us seems designed to take us out of control. Anger is an internal enemy, a beast that, if not tamed, can consume us. But the good news is that we can train ourselves not to be dragged along by it. The next time you feel anger arising, stop and ask if it's really worth it. Remember that no external force has power over you unless you give it that power. Peace is not found in the absence of provocations, but in the capacity to face them with equanimity and control. All negative emotions arise from unmet expectations. These emotions don't emerge from what happens, but from what we expected to happen that didn't occur. Frustration, anger, sadness, resentment. All these feelings have a common root: the difference between reality and our expectations. When we believe the world should behave in a certain way, and it doesn't, we feel betrayed. But in reality, the failure lies with us, in the distorted image we created in our minds. We cling to an illusion, and when reality destroys it, instead of adapting, we react with suffering. We get angry because people don't act as we want, because results aren't what we expected, because life doesn't follow the script we wrote in our minds. We believe we deserve certain treatments, certain successes, certain clear paths. But the world doesn't follow our rules. Frustration doesn't come from the event itself, but from the clash between what we desired and what actually occurred. Seneca said we suffer more in our imagination than in reality, because what hurts us most is not what happens, but our interpretation of it. If we learn to accept events without resistance, we could avoid much unnecessary pain. Imagine someone who believes their partner will never cheat because that's how it should be. They've built an expectation based on their own vision of what's right. But if betrayal occurs, anger doesn't arise from the act itself, but from the contrast with the idealized image they had created. Instead of accepting reality as it is, they fight against it in their mind, and that internal conflict becomes suffering. Another example is the person who expects their friends to always be there for them, that traffic will be smooth, that their boss will value their effort. But when something doesn't happen, they feel disappointment and anger because they assumed the world should follow their rules. The Stoics teach us that the key to inner peace is eliminating unrealistic expectations. It's not about resignation, but about understanding that the world owes us nothing. We cannot control others' behavior or external events, only our reaction to them. Epictetus said we should accept what occurs as if we had chosen it, because resistance only generates suffering. If we stop expecting people to treat us in a certain way, if we accept they can fail us, that life doesn't follow a predictable order, we eliminate much stress and frustration. Accepting reality as it is doesn't mean we shouldn't have goals or desires, but it does imply we should be prepared for any outcome. We can strive to achieve something, but without clinging to the idea that it must happen exactly as we want. Otherwise, failure will destroy us. Disappointment doesn't come from life, but from our resistance to accepting its unexpected turns. A Stoic understands that everything changes, that nothing is guaranteed, and therefore doesn't allow their emotions to be dictated by external factors. If we eliminate rigid expectations, we stop demanding that the world adapt to our beliefs. Instead of frustrating ourselves when something doesn't go well, we ask what we can learn. Instead of feeling betrayed, we understand that people act according to their own nature, not the one we imagine for them. Peace is found in flexibility, in the capacity to accept whatever comes without resistance. Happiness lies not in making everything fit our expectations, but in learning to flow with reality without letting it rob us of tranquility. Anger is merely a reflection of the wounded ego. When we feel someone disrespects us, treats us unfairly, or doesn't recognize our value, we react with anger because our sense of identity feels threatened. We believe we deserve different treatment, that others should see us as we see ourselves, and when that doesn't happen, we feel they've violated something sacred within us. But the truth is that anger doesn't arise from what others do, but from our interpretation of their actions. It's our ego that demands recognition, that takes offense, that needs to defend its image. If that ego weren't so inflated, if we didn't take things so personally, anger would lose its power over us. When someone speaks to us rudely, our first reaction is to think they're attacking us. But what if that person is simply having a bad day? What if their words have nothing to do with us, but with their own internal chaos? The reality is that most of the time, others' actions aren't a reflection of us, but of themselves. However, ego makes us believe everything revolves around us. We tell ourselves, they disrespected me. They made me look bad. They didn't value me. But what would happen if we simply stopped seeing ourselves as the center of every situation? If we understood that others' behavior is their burden, not ours, we could free ourselves from anger. Marcus Aurelius reminded us that it's not what happens that disturbs us, but our opinion about it. If someone insults us, the insult itself has no power until we give it meaning. We can decide to ignore it. We can see it as a reflection of the other person and move forward without it affecting our peace. But ego wants to fight, wants to defend itself, wants to prove it's right. And in that desire to defend our image, we fall into anger's trap, losing control and acting impulsively. But if someone's insult doesn't change who we are, if their attitude doesn't define us, why allow it to drag us into a state of chaos? A clear example is when we're in traffic and someone cuts us off. Ego tells us it's disrespectful, that we should react, that we can't allow them to treat us this way. But the other driver didn't think about us, didn't plan to offend us. They're simply trapped in their own world. However, our ego makes the situation personal, and with it, anger takes over our mind. If instead of reacting, we simply accept what happened, just as we would in any other context, at work, in relationships, in daily situations, our reaction isn't caused by events themselves, but by the story we tell ourselves about them. The Stoics teach us that the key to controlling anger is recognizing the role our ego plays in it. If we improve our self-esteem, if we stop needing others' validation, if we understand our worth doesn't depend on how we're treated, we can become immune to provocations. Seneca said, "The best revenge is not to resemble the one who has hurt us." If someone treats us badly and we respond with anger, we're letting them control us. But if we maintain calm, if we decide not to enter their game, we demonstrate true strength. Anger is a reflection of an ego that hasn't yet learned to detach from others' opinions. But when we understand that others don't have the power to define us, that their words and actions speak more about them than about us, we free ourselves. It's not about allowing abuse or accepting everything in silence, but about learning to react with intelligence rather than emotion. Inner peace isn't achieved by controlling others, but by controlling our reaction to them. When ego stops being the center of our existence, anger loses its dominion over us. Forgiveness liberates us from anger. Anger is a heavy burden we often carry without realizing it. We cling to resentment because we believe that by doing so, we're punishing those who have hurt us. But in reality, the only one punished is ourselves. Anger consumes our peace, locks us in a mental prison, and prevents us from moving forward. Forgiveness, on the other hand, is the key that opens that cell. It doesn't mean justifying what was done to us or forgetting naively, but freeing ourselves from the need to continue suffering for something that's already past. Forgiving isn't a gift for the other person. It's an act of self-love, an essential step to recover our tranquility. When we cling to anger, we relive the pain over and over again. Our mind becomes a battlefield where the past remains present, where we continue giving power to those who hurt us. But why carry that anger? Marcus Aurelius said the best punishment for those who have hurt us is not to resemble them. If someone betrayed us, offended us, or hurt us, continuing to feel resentment only prolongs the control that person has over us. Forgiving, on the other hand, returns power to us, allows us to let go of the weight and move forward without the past defining us. Resentment is an ego trap. It makes us believe that if we forgive, we're showing weakness. But reality is the opposite. Strength lies in those who have control over their emotions, in those who decide to let go of what hurts them instead of clinging to it. Seneca taught that we shouldn't allow anger to dictate our actions, because when we act with rage, we're not masters of ourselves. If someone hurts us and we respond with resentment, we're giving them power over our peace. But if instead we choose to forgive, we regain control of our mind and well-being. Imagine someone who has been betrayed by a close friend. The natural reaction is anger, disappointment, the desire for revenge. But how long can that feeling be sustained without becoming a burden? Resentment doesn't affect the traitor, it affects the one carrying it. Every time they think about the betrayal, they relive the pain. Instead, if they decide to forgive, if they accept that what happened can't be changed and that the past shouldn't define their present, they find freedom. It's not about trusting again the one who betrayed us, but about stopping their action from continuing to affect us. Forgiveness is a conscious choice. It doesn't happen overnight, and it's not always easy, but it's the path to inner peace. Epictetus reminded us that we have no control over what others do, only over our reaction. If someone offends us, it's not the offense itself that hurts us, but the importance we give it. By forgiving, we stop feeding that importance. We understand that each person acts from their own level of consciousness and that their behavior is a reflection of their internal world, not ours. It doesn't mean allowing abuse or tolerating injustices, but learning to let go of resentment that prevents us from living in peace. When we forgive, we don't liberate the other person. We liberate ourselves. We stop dragging unnecessary weight, stop spending energy on a conflict that only exists in our mind. True revenge isn't in causing harm, but in demonstrating that the harm hasn't changed us, that we continue forward without anger consuming us. Peace isn't found in waiting for others to repent, but in deciding that our happiness doesn't depend on their behavior. Forgiving is releasing anger's poison and embracing the freedom that comes with serenity. Practicing non-reaction represents one of the most powerful tools in the Stoic arsenal. When something irritates us, when we feel provoked or attacked, the first reaction that arises is impulsive, charged with emotion. We want to respond immediately. We want to defend ourselves. We want to prove we're right. But in that moment, our mind isn't operating from reason, but from instinct. And it's there where we make mistakes, where we say things we later regret, where we worsen situations instead of resolving them. The practice of non-reaction allows us to avoid this. It gives us control over our responses and protects us from the emotional wear that impulsive reactions generate. When we take a moment before responding, when we resist the impulse to act immediately, we gain power over ourselves. It's not about being indifferent or repressing our emotions, but about training ourselves not to be their slaves. Marcus Aurelius said the best way to defend against an offense is not to resemble the one who offends us. If someone insults you, if someone criticizes you harshly, reacting with anger is falling into their game, allowing them to have power over you. But if you maintain calm, if you choose not to respond in the moment, you demonstrate that you have control, that your peace doesn't depend on others' attitudes. In daily life, opportunities to practice non-reaction are constant. A co-worker who makes a hurtful comment, an aggressive driver in traffic, a family member who seeks to argue. In each of these moments, the decision is in your hands. You can react immediately and feed the conflict, or you can give yourself a break, observe the situation with distance, and respond with intelligence. Epictetus taught that it's not what occurs that affects us, but the way we interpret it. If someone criticizes you in a meeting and you take it as a personal attack, you get angry and react defensively. But if instead you take a moment, breathe, and analyze whether it's really worth responding, you can act with calm and professionalism without allowing emotion to control your behavior. Non-reaction is a show of strength. Most people act on impulse, enslaved by their emotions. When someone irritates them, they react without thinking, letting anger take control. But true power lies in those capable of resisting that first reaction, in those who know they don't need to prove anything, in those who choose when and how to act. Seneca reminded us that time is a great filter for emotions. What today seems like an unforgivable offense will lose importance in a few days. What now irritates us deeply will seem insignificant in a few hours. That's why not reacting immediately allows us to gain perspective, gives us the opportunity to see the situation clearly before deciding what to do. Practicing non-reaction doesn't mean accepting everything in silence or letting others walk over us. It means acting from reason, not emotion. If something truly deserves a response, the best response will be the one we give when our mind is calm. Instead of responding to fire with more fire, we respond with intelligence, with equanimity, not because we're weak, but because we understand our peace is worth more than a senseless argument. Each time you feel the impulse to react, remember you can choose not to. You can let the emotion pass, You can observe it without being dragged along by it. And when you do, you'll notice something incredible. Conflicts will diminish, anxiety will reduce, and people who used to provoke you will lose power over you. Non-reaction is the door to true freedom, the capacity to decide how and when to respond without being a slave to external stimuli. The relationship between low self-esteem and anger reveals one of the most profound aspects of emotional psychology. Anger often is nothing more than a reflection of insecurity. When we're not at peace with ourselves, any comment, any look, any situation that challenges our self-image irritates us. It's not the situation itself that infuriates us, but what it awakens within us. If someone criticizes us and that angers us, the problem isn't in the criticism, but in the importance we give it. If we were secure in who we are, if our self-esteem was strong, we wouldn't need to react with anger. We would simply ignore it. But when our confidence is fragile, any blow shakes our foundations, and we respond with anger as a defense mechanism. Insecurity creates a perception of vulnerability. We feel we must constantly protect our image, that others judge us, that any negative comment is a threat. The mind interprets these situations as personal attacks and responds with aggression. But the reality is that no one has the power to make us feel less if we don't give them permission. Epictetus said, "We're not affected by what others say about us, but by the opinion we have about those words." If we believe we're weak, that we're not good enough, any criticism will reinforce it, and the immediate reaction will be anger. Instead, if we have a solid image of ourselves, nothing external can disturb us. I remember a time when I had gained weight. Every comment about my appearance made me react with anger. I told myself it was because of others' lack of respect, but the truth was I wasn't angry with them. I was angry with myself. I didn't like what I saw in the mirror, and any external observation confirmed it. It wasn't their opinion that hurt me, but my own. The anger didn't come from them. It came from the insecurity I felt about myself. Over time, I understood that the problem wasn't people, but my lack of control over myself. Instead of wasting energy reacting with anger, I decided to take action. I worked on my health, my discipline, my mentality. And when I did, the same comments that used to anger me stopped affecting me. Not because they had changed, but because I had changed. Low self-esteem makes us interpret reality in a distorted way. We believe others are constantly judging us, criticizing us, evaluating us. But the problem isn't the external world, but how we perceive it. Marcus Aurelius reminded us that if something external disturbs us, the problem isn't in the thing itself, but in our judgment about it. If someone tells you something that offends you, ask yourself, why does it affect me? Is it because deep down I fear it's true? Is it because I have doubts about myself? Most of the time the answer is yes. Anger is a defensive reaction to insecurity. When we improve our self-esteem, anger loses its power over us. We become less reactive, more serene, more focused on what really matters. We don't need to prove anything to anyone because we already know who we are. Others' opinions stop being a threat because our value doesn't depend on their approval. The Stoics teach us that true strength lies not in imposing our will on others, but in governing ourselves. Anger is a sign that something within us still isn't resolved. Instead of reacting impulsively, we can use those moments as signals of what we still need to work on. Each time you feel anger over a comment or situation, stop for a moment. Ask yourself if it's really the comment that bothers you or if there's something deeper behind it. Use anger as a mirror to see what aspects of yourself still need work. When you manage to improve your self-esteem, when you take responsibility for your life, anger stops being necessary. There's no longer insecurity to protect, no longer fear to hide. Only the calm of someone who knows themselves, accepts themselves, and doesn't need to react to what doesn't define them. Living with purpose transforms everything about how we experience daily life and emotional challenges. When you don't have a clear purpose, life feels empty, chaotic, directionless. You wake up each day without a real reason to move, without something that motivates you beyond routine. And that sensation of emptiness creates frustration. Lack of purpose turns people into irritable, reactive beings, always on the defensive. Any inconvenience, any obstacle feels bigger than it really is because there's nothing bigger to focus on. Without direction, the mind fills with noise and disorder. In that state, it's easy to fall into anger and resentment. The Stoics understood that the key to mental peace is having a purpose aligned with our values, something that makes us feel our existence has meaning. When you live without a defined purpose, everything becomes a distraction. Traffic bothers you, others' words irritate you, you feel life is unfair. But when you have a purpose, those same things lose importance. Not because they stop existing, but because your focus is on something greater. Marcus Aurelius said each person should ask themselves, "What am I here for? What really matters to me in my life?" Because when you have clarity in that answer, small frustrations stop controlling you. You don't waste time reacting to every provocation because your energy is concentrated on something significant. There was a time in my life when I had no direction. I felt trapped in a meaningless routine, doing things that didn't fulfill me. The consequence was constant irritability. Anything bothered me. Any problem seemed enormous because I had no real reason to get up each morning. I lived on autopilot, letting circumstances dictate my mood. But when I found my purpose, everything changed. I decided to focus on creating content, sharing ideas that could help others, building something meaningful to me. When I did, I realized that problems that once seemed unbearable were now simply part of the path. I no longer got irritated by small things because I had a bigger vision. Anger stopped being a habitual reaction because there was something more valuable to concentrate on. The Stoics teach us that purpose isn't something found, but something defined. You don't have to wait for life to deliver it to you. You must create it yourself. Epictetus said each person has the responsibility to decide what they want to become, what they want to contribute to the world. It's not about waiting for inspiration, but taking action, seeking what truly makes us feel alive. When you discover your purpose and work on it, your mind changes. Frustration diminishes because you no longer worry so much about what you can't control. You don't need external validation. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. You simply do what you know you should do, and that fills you with satisfaction. When you live with purpose, life stops feeling like a series of problems and starts looking like an opportunity. You no longer react with anger to every obstacle because you understand challenges are part of the path. Each day has meaning. Each action contributes to something bigger. When that happens, peace becomes a natural state. Not because everything is perfect, but because you've decided where to focus your energy. There's no space for anger when you're busy building something that truly matters. If you feel life frustrates you, if you realize you react with anger too easily, ask yourself if you really have a clear purpose. Ask yourself if you're dedicating your time to something that fulfills you, or if you're simply passing days without direction. The difference between a life full of frustration and a life full of meaning lies in that answer. Find what motivates you, what makes you wake up each morning wanting to advance. When you do, you'll see how anger loses its power over you, because when you have a purpose, everything else becomes background noise. Understanding neuroplasticity gives us scientific backing for what the Stoics intuited. Our brains aren't fixed in a single way of reacting. Thanks to neuroplasticity, we can train the brain to respond differently to situations that previously provoked anger or frustration. The idea that we are this way and can't change is a lie we tell ourselves. The brain is malleable, and like a muscle, it can be strengthened in certain areas depending on how we train it. If every time something irritates us, we respond with anger, we're reinforcing that neural connection, making anger an automatic reaction. But if instead we learn to respond with calm, over time, that will be our brain's new programming. When we face a situation that would normally make us explode, our instinct is to follow the pattern. If someone insults us, if something doesn't go as expected, if a person acts disrespectfully, the immediate reaction is what we've reinforced over years. But here's the key. If we consciously force ourselves to respond differently, we're creating a new neural pathway. At first, it feels forced, uncomfortable, even false. But with repetition, the brain begins to accept that response as normal, and eventually calm becomes our automatic reaction. I remember once when my dog destroyed an object that mattered to me. My habitual reaction would have been to get angry, raise my voice, feel that internal explosion of frustration. But in that moment, I decided to do something different. Instead of giving in to anger, I forced myself to breathe deeply and pet my dog. It felt strange. I felt like I was repressing my emotion. But what I was actually doing was teaching my brain that not everything has to be an angry response. I repeated it over and over, each time my dog did something that would normally irritate me. Over time, I noticed my natural response changed. I no longer felt that tension in my chest. I no longer needed to contain myself because my brain had learned that those situations weren't a threat, that they didn't require anger as a response. Neuroplasticity shows us we're not condemned to be prisoners of our emotions. We can redirect our impulses and make calm become our new normal. Each time we decide not to react with anger, we strengthen the neural connection of patience and equanimity. The more we do it, the more natural it becomes. Marcus Aurelius said we can't control what happens, but we can control our reaction to it. This isn't just a philosophical principle, it's a scientific reality. The brain changes based on what we practice. If we practice serenity, it will eventually be our default response. This process isn't immediate. At first, the mind will try to return to old patterns because it's what it knows, what feels familiar. But if we're persistent, if each time we feel anger rising we force ourselves to stop, breathe and respond differently, we'll see real change. One day we'll realize that situations that would have made us explode now seem insignificant to us. Not because we're repressing anger, but because our brain has decided there's no reason to feel it. Anger is as much a habit as calm is. If we feed anger, it grows and strengthens. But if we ignore it and instead cultivate serenity, it eventually weakens and disappears. It's not about pretending, but retraining our mind to function in a way that benefits rather than harms us. If we want to be calmer, more balanced, wiser people in our responses, we have to practice it day after day. With repetition will come the moment when calm isn't an effort, but simply what we are. Love and gratitude represent two of the most powerful forces for dissolving anger and transforming our emotional landscape. Anger is an emotion that consumes, that wears us down, that makes us lose control of our own minds. But there are two forces that have the power to dissipate it: love and gratitude. When we're trapped in anger, it's because our attention is fixed on the negative, on what bothers us, on what we believe is wrong. We focus on lack, frustration, injustice. But if instead we direct our mind toward what we love and what we're grateful for, anger loses its power. Not because problems disappear, but because we stop giving them the energy they need to continue affecting us. Love connects us with what really matters. If we're angry with someone, we can ask ourselves, do I prefer to win this argument or preserve the relationship? When you love someone, the need to prove you're right becomes secondary. Anger is selfish. It seeks revenge, seeks to prove a point. But love seeks to understand, seeks to build, seeks to unite. Many times we let ourselves be carried away by anger in trivial situations. We react without thinking and end up damaging the people we care about most. But if in those moments we remember what we feel for them, if we take an instant to connect with love instead of rage, the response changes. Gratitude is another powerful antidote. When we're grateful, there's no space for anger. We can't feel resentment and gratitude simultaneously. If something bothers us, we can stop and do a simple exercise. Think of 3 things we're grateful for in that moment. Maybe it's our health, a special person in our life, the opportunity to learn from the situation. This simple act changes the direction of our thoughts, takes us out of the reactive state, and returns control to us. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations about the importance of remembering life's transience. If today were the last day with someone you love, would you really waste time angry with that person? Gratitude reminds us that each moment is valuable and that anger is a waste of our time and energy. Some time ago, I decided to do a small experiment with myself. Each time I felt anger or frustration, instead of reacting as I normally would, I forced myself to think of something I was grateful for in that instant. At first, it felt forced, as if I were ignoring reality. But over time, I realized my mind began doing it automatically. One day, someone spoke to me with contempt, and instead of feeling irritated, the first thing I thought was, I'm grateful that today I have health and can keep moving forward. That thought allowed me to respond calmly without feeding the conflict. Not because the other person deserved it, but because I deserved to maintain my peace. The Stoics understood that our emotions aren't products of what happens outside, but of what we decide to think about it. If we focus on injustice, on what we lack, on what bothers us, anger grows. But if instead we focus on what we have, on what we love, on what we're grateful for, anger fades away. It's not a mental trick. It's a way of training our mind to see reality from a higher perspective. Epictetus said, the secret of happiness isn't in having more, but in wanting less. When we cultivate gratitude, we realize we already have enough, that we don't need to react with anger, because life continues being good despite small setbacks. We can't avoid moments of tension or control how others act, but we can decide which emotions we want to feed our mind with. If we choose love and gratitude, anger won't be able to find space to grow. When we love, we understand. When we're grateful, we let go. In that daily practice, little by little, we become more serene, more centered people, less prone to reacting from anger. Not because the world changes, but because we learn to see it differently. Establishing healthy boundaries becomes essential for protecting our emotional well-being and preventing the accumulation of resentment that often leads to explosive anger. If you don't establish boundaries, you allow others to decide how to treat you. It's not about being conflictive or rejecting others, but about defining where your patience, time, and energy end. When you don't set clear boundaries, you send the message that it's okay for them to disrespect you, interrupt you constantly, not value your time. When this happens, frustration grows, anger accumulates, and you end up emotionally exhausted. But the responsibility for setting those boundaries isn't others. It's yours. Only you can decide what you allow and what you don't. Many times we permit certain behaviors out of fear of seeming selfish or disagreeable. We struggle to say no because we fear the other person will feel offended or reject us. But the real problem isn't saying no. It's not saying it when necessary. If someone constantly interrupts you at work, if a friend only seeks you when they need something, if a family member criticizes you without reason, is it really your responsibility to accept that? Seneca said, "We can't control how others act, but we can control how we position ourselves before them." If we allow inappropriate treatment without reacting, we're giving permission for it to continue. When someone crosses a boundary and we don't stop it, we're reinforcing that behavior. If someone criticizes you unfairly and you say nothing, that person will assume it's normal to treat you that way. But if with calm and firmness you establish that you don't accept that type of treatment, you're sending a clear message. You value yourself enough not to allow disrespect. You don't need to be aggressive or argue. You just need to be clear. I won't tolerate this type of comment. My time is valuable. Please respect it. I don't feel comfortable with this. These simple phrases can completely change a relationship's dynamic. I remember a time when I allowed constant interruptions. No matter what I was doing, if someone wanted my attention, I'd drop everything and respond. At first, I thought that made me a good person, but over time, I realized I was only allowing others to prioritize their needs over mine. I felt frustrated, exhausted, but it wasn't others' fault. I never set a boundary. One day, I decided to change it. When someone interrupted me, I'd simply say, "I'm busy now. Let's talk later." At first, it was difficult, but little by little, others understood that my time is also important. The most surprising thing was that I didn't lose any important relationships. In fact, I began feeling more respected. Have you ever felt like you're surrounded by actors performing in an elaborate theater production? I certainly have. People wear masks every single day, pretending to be something they're not, crafting carefully constructed personas that rarely reflect their authentic selves. But here's the fascinating part that most people never discover. Once you learn to read between the lines, once you develop the ability to see past the surface-level performance, you'll see right through the act with startling clarity. The world becomes a completely different place when you understand the subtle language of human behavior. I remember sitting in a corporate meeting years ago, watching as everyone around the conference table nodded enthusiastically and smiled at the right moments. To the casual observer, it appeared to be a room full of engaged, supportive colleagues. But I knew better. Under those carefully practiced smiles were hidden agendas, political maneuvering, and unspoken rivalries. The truth was written in their body language, the way their feet pointed toward the exit, the uncomfortable silences that stretched just a beat too long, the micro-expressions that flickered across their faces when they thought no one was looking. Trust me, once you learn to pick up on these subtle but powerful signs, you'll never see people the same way again. The masks become transparent, and the real person underneath becomes visible. This transformation in perception isn't just intellectually satisfying, it's practically life-changing. Whether you're navigating office politics, building romantic relationships, making business deals, or simply trying to understand the people in your daily life, the ability to read human behavior accurately gives you an incredible advantage. But more than that, it deepens your understanding of human nature itself, including your own patterns and motivations. The foundation of truly reading people lies in understanding that most human communication happens beneath the surface of spoken words. While people can control what they say, they have much less control over how they say it, how their body responds, and what their unconscious behaviors reveal. Learning to decode this hidden language requires patience, observation skills, and a willingness to look beyond the obvious. One of the most powerful techniques for penetrating someone's carefully constructed facade is what I call the "tell me more" approach. This technique functions like having a superpower, but without the flashy costume or cape that comes with comic book abilities. The best part about this method is that no one even realizes you're using it. It's so elegantly simple yet devastatingly effective that it feels almost unfair. The technique works like this. When someone is passionately telling you their side of a story, instead of jumping in with your own opinion, counter-arguments, or immediate responses, you simply sit back, remain calm, and hit them with 3 little words. Tell me more. That's it. Those 3 words can unlock more information about a person than hours of direct questioning or confrontational dialogue. I stumbled upon this approach years ago during what started as a heated argument with a friend about whether pineapple belongs on pizza. Of all the trivial things to argue about, I was fully prepared to counter every point they made, armed with my own passionate opinions about proper pizza toppings. But something clicked in my mind, and instead of launching into my prepared debate, I just smiled and said, "Tell me more." What happened next was genuinely wild and completely unexpected. They started off talking about pizza preferences, which seemed innocent enough, but before long, they were spilling out childhood memories of family dinners, foods they loved growing up, stories about their grandmother's cooking, and even a peculiar tale about why they developed an aversion to pineapple as a child after getting sick from eating too much of it at a birthday party. It wasn't just about pizza anymore. It had become a deep dive into their inner world, their emotional associations with food, their family dynamics, and their personal history, all from 3 little words. Here's the psychological mechanism at work. When people feel genuinely heard without judgment, they naturally lower their defensive barriers. When they don't feel the need to defend themselves or argue back against opposing viewpoints, they end up sharing far more than they initially planned. You create what psychologists call a safe space, an environment where they feel comfortable enough to drop their usual guards and reveal their authentic thoughts and feelings. They might think they're just making casual conversation, but in reality, they're revealing their core motivations, deep-seated fears, hidden insecurities, and secret hopes, often without even realizing the depth of what they're sharing. I've successfully used this technique in high-stakes business meetings, casual conversations with friends, and even with people who were clearly being somewhat deceptive or manipulative. One particularly memorable instance occurred during a complex business negotiation. Instead of pushing my agenda aggressively or trying to dominate the conversation, I simply kept saying, "Tell me more," whenever they made a point. By the end of our discussion, the other party had essentially laid out their entire strategy, explaining in detail why they were desperate to close the deal, what their real constraints were, and where they had flexibility. They practically handed me the keys to understanding their position, and all I did was listen with genuine curiosity. It felt almost too easy, which initially made me uncomfortable. But here's the deeper truth that I've come to understand. This isn't just a manipulation tactic to extract more information or win arguments. It's fundamentally about authentic human connection in a world where everyone seems quick to talk but painfully slow to listen. Tell me more becomes a way to understand people on a profound level that goes beyond surface interactions. The technique forces you to step outside your own ego and agenda. Instead of thinking about what clever thing you'll say next or how you'll counter their arguments, you're genuinely caring about and focusing on the other person's perspective. When you ask people to explain themselves without judgment or immediate contradiction, you give them something that's become remarkably rare in our fast-paced, opinion-saturated world, the gift of being truly heard. This approach reflects one of the core teachings of Stoic philosophy: empathy without attachment. You're not trying to manipulate or control the conversation for your own benefit. Instead, you're simply observing, understanding, and remaining emotionally centered while allowing the other person's space to reveal who they really are. It's not just about reading people, it's about seeing them as complete human beings and giving them permission to show their authentic selves. The next time you find yourself in any kind of conversation, whether it's a casual chat with a neighbor, a tense negotiation, or even a heated family debate, try implementing the "tell me more" technique. You'll be amazed at how much deeper the conversation goes, how much people reveal about themselves, and how much easier it becomes to really understand their motivations and concerns without having to resort to aggressive questioning or confrontational tactics. Beyond just winning conversations or gathering information, this approach builds genuine human connections grounded in respect and authentic curiosity. That's where the real power lies, not in manipulating others, but in seeing them clearly and, through that process, learning more about yourself and human nature in general. While the "tell me more" technique reveals what people are willing to share when they feel safe, another crucial method for reading people involves observing how they treat individuals they consider to be in lesser positions than themselves. If you really want to know someone's true character, not the polished version they present to people who matter to them, don't just watch how they treat you. Instead, pay careful attention to how they interact with people they believe are beneath them in social status, power, or importance. This observation method can be somewhat controversial because it reveals uncomfortable truths about human nature and social dynamics. Whether it's a server at a restaurant, a cashier at a grocery store, a janitor in an office building, or a colleague who's lower on the corporate hierarchy, how someone interacts with people who have less perceived power provides invaluable insight into their core character and value system. I learned this lesson in a particularly jarring way early in my career. I used to work closely with someone who, on the surface, seemed like one of the nicest people you could meet. They were charming, funny, intellectually engaging, and consistently respectful during meetings and professional interactions. Their colleagues loved them, management thought highly of them, and they had a reputation for being a team player. But then one day we went out to lunch together, and I witnessed a completely different side of their personality. The moment we sat down at the restaurant, their entire demeanor shifted. They became rude and demanding toward our server, barking orders as if they were royalty and the waiter was their personal servant. They made condescending comments about the service, complained loudly about minor issues, and treated the staff with obvious disdain and disrespect. It was genuinely shocking to see how quickly and dramatically they transformed from the friendly, warm colleague I knew in the office to this arrogant, dismissive person who seemed to believe that certain people were beneath their consideration. That experience served as a crucial wake-up call for me, and I realized this wasn't just an isolated incident or a bad day. It was a clear window into their real character, revealing who they truly were when they thought they could get away with treating others poorly. People reveal their authentic nature when they believe no one important is watching, or when they think there won't be consequences for their behavior. If someone is condescending to a waiter, they'll likely be condescending to anyone they believe can't fight back or doesn't have power over them. If they're dismissive of a colleague simply because that person holds a junior position, you can bet that same arrogance and lack of respect will surface in other areas of their life when they think they can get away with it. Here's the uncomfortable truth. The person who's kind to you but rude to others isn't actually kind at all. They're calculating. They're performing kindness when it benefits them socially, professionally, or personally. But their true character emerges when they believe there's nothing to gain from being respectful. Think about the psychological dynamics at work here. When there's no social pressure to be polite, when someone knows they can treat others poorly without facing consequences, that's when their genuine personality comes through. It's in these moments that you see past the carefully constructed social mask to the person underneath. Stoicism teaches us to observe human behavior objectively, and this principle provides one of the clearest indicators of a person's integrity and moral character. It's relatively easy to be nice when there's something to gain from the interaction, when you need something from the other person, or when your reputation is on the line. But true character reveals itself when someone has nothing to lose and everything to gain from being cruel or dismissive. I've started using this principle as a kind of informal test in friendships, work relationships, and even romantic situations. It's become a crucial filter for understanding who people really are. If someone consistently treats service workers with respect, if they say thank you to bus drivers, if they show basic human kindness to strangers regardless of social status, that's someone worth knowing and trusting. But if they're the type to be unnecessarily harsh, dismissive, or demanding toward people who can't fight back, that's a red flag that shouldn't be ignored. The psychological insight goes even deeper when you consider that how we treat others often reflects how we see ourselves. People who respect everyone regardless of their position or status are usually secure in themselves. They don't need to put others down to feel important or powerful. Their self-worth isn't dependent on maintaining a hierarchy where they're superior to others. But those who are cruel or dismissive to people they consider beneath them are often projecting their own deep insecurities. They're trying to elevate themselves by stepping on those they perceive as weaker or less important. It's a form of psychological compensation. They treat others poorly because they don't feel good about themselves, and putting others down gives them a temporary sense of superiority or control. This behavior pattern represents a form of emotional immaturity and insecurity that Stoicism teaches us to recognize and avoid in ourselves. A truly secure, emotionally mature person doesn't need to assert dominance over others or treat anyone as less deserving of respect. So if you want to know who someone truly is, don't be fooled by how they treat people they need to impress or people who have power over them. Instead, pay close attention to how they treat those who can offer them nothing in return. Watch how they interact with service workers, subordinates, or anyone they perceive as having less status or power. It's the most reliable way to see beyond the social mask into the heart of who they really are as a human being. Understanding someone's past provides another crucial key to reading their present behavior accurately. People often say, "The past is behind us," or encourage others to move on from previous experiences. But the psychological reality is far more complex. The past isn't really gone. It's actively shaping everything about who people are today, whether they realize it or not. Their experiences, traumas, victories, failures, and formative relationships are all continuously influencing how they think, behave, react to situations, and even treat you in the present moment. This perspective can be controversial because it implies that people don't simply move on from their experiences. They carry their personal history with them like invisible baggage, and sometimes that history becomes the unconscious blueprint for their current actions and reactions. Understanding this psychological principle can dramatically improve your ability to read and predict people's behavior. I once had a friend who always seemed to be on edge, regardless of the situation. They were overly defensive about minor criticisms, quick to anger over small disagreements, and extremely cautious in all their relationships. At first, I assumed this was just their natural personality. Some people are more sensitive or reactive than others, but as I got to know them better and learned about their background, I began to understand the deeper patterns at work. This person had experienced significant betrayal by people they trusted deeply, had gone through serious financial hardship that left them feeling vulnerable, and had grown up in a family environment where they constantly felt they had to prove themselves worthy of love and attention. Suddenly, their present behavior made perfect sense. Their defensiveness wasn't random or unreasonable. It was a direct result of feeling like they had to protect themselves from being hurt again. Their quick anger wasn't just a character flaw, it was a learned defense mechanism. Their caution in relationships wasn't about being antisocial. It was about preventing the kind of deep hurt they'd experienced before. Once I understood their history, the dots connected in a way that completely changed how I interacted with them. I realized that when they got defensive or angry, they weren't necessarily reacting to what was happening in the present moment. They were responding to echoes from their past, fighting battles that had been going on in their psyche for years. Our past experiences leave marks, sometimes visible scars, sometimes invisible wounds, and these marks can explain behaviors that might otherwise seem irrational or extreme. A person who grew up feeling neglected or ignored may crave constant attention and validation as an adult, not because they're naturally needy, but because they're still trying to fill a void created years ago. Someone who's been financially betrayed by a business partner may now approach all potential collaborations with excessive suspicion and distrust, not because they're paranoid, but because they're protecting themselves from repeating a painful experience. The key insight here isn't to make excuses for people's problematic behavior or to enable destructive patterns. Rather, it's to understand that people aren't always acting purely from the present moment. They're often reacting to psychological patterns established long before you entered their lives. This understanding can help you respond to them more effectively and with greater empathy. Stoicism teaches us to observe things as they truly are, without judgment or wishful thinking, and understanding someone's past is an essential part of seeing them clearly and completely. When you can identify the historical roots of someone's current behavior, you gain insight not just into what they might do next, but why they're likely to do it. I've seen this dynamic play out repeatedly in romantic relationships. You might start dating someone who seems perfectly fine at first, but then certain patterns begin emerging over time. Maybe they become overly jealous without apparent cause, or they struggle with commitment even when the relationship is going well, or they have difficulty trusting you despite your consistent honesty. 9 times out of 10, if you dig deep enough into their relationship history, you'll find that their past romantic experiences have left psychological wounds they haven't fully processed or healed from. It might be fear of being hurt again that drives their jealousy, or a pattern of abandonment that makes commitment feel dangerous, or a history of deception that makes trust feel risky. When you understand these underlying fears and wounds, it doesn't mean you have to tolerate destructive behavior, but it gives you crucial insight into why they're acting the way they are. This understanding can help you decide whether the relationship is worth working on or whether their unresolved issues make a healthy partnership impossible. Here's one of the most difficult truths about human psychology. People often live their entire lives stuck in cycles, unconsciously repeating behaviors and patterns learned from past experiences. It's like they're trapped in a psychological loop, reliving the same emotional scenarios over and over without even realizing they're doing it. The coworker who constantly seeks validation from authority figures is likely replaying a childhood where they never felt good enough for their parents. The friend who sabotages every promising relationship is probably responding to a deep-seated fear of rejection that stems from early heartbreak or abandonment. Their current reactions, habits, decision-making patterns, and relationship dynamics are often mirrors reflecting the unresolved parts of their past. Understanding this doesn't mean you become their therapist or try to fix them, but it helps you navigate your relationships with them more skillfully and with greater emotional intelligence. But here's where this understanding becomes truly powerful. Recognizing someone's patterns not only helps you predict and respond to their behavior, but it can sometimes help them break free from destructive cycles. If you can gently and compassionately point out the patterns they're repeating, you might help them become more self-aware. Sometimes that increased awareness is the first step toward healing and positive change. Stoicism emphasizes self-reflection and personal improvement, and sometimes understanding someone's past allows you to guide them toward examining and bettering themselves. This isn't about manipulation or control, it's about genuine care and wisdom applied to human relationships. It's easy to judge people based solely on how they act in the present moment, but the past is often the key to unlocking the deeper reasons behind their actions. When you start seeing people's current behaviors as responses to their personal history rather than isolated incidents, you can approach them with more empathy and understanding, while also protecting yourself from getting drawn into their unresolved psychological issues. In essence, the past is always present in human behavior. To truly understand anyone, you need to see the complete picture, not just the chapter they're currently living, but the earlier experiences that shaped how they read and respond to the world around them. Another powerful technique for reading people involves paying careful attention to sudden changes in their tone of voice. This method can reveal lies, hesitation, discomfort, or internal conflict with remarkable accuracy. Most people don't realize it, but our voices often betray what's really going on beneath the surface of our carefully chosen words. While we can exercise significant control over what we say, we have much less conscious control over how we say it. When someone is speaking with genuine confidence and honesty, their tone typically remains steady, their pace stays relatively even, and their words flow naturally without forced inflection. But when there's deception, uncertainty, or internal conflict happening, things shift in subtle but detectable ways. Sometimes these changes are dramatic and obvious, but more often they're small alterations that require careful attention to notice. These vocal changes happen Because when people lie or feel uncomfortable with what they're saying, their body and mind go into a state of internal conflict. Their conscious mind is trying to maintain the deception or hide their uncertainty, but their subconscious and nervous system can't help but reflect the psychological stress they're experiencing. This stress often manifests in their voice through changes in pitch, pace, volume, or vocal quality. I once worked with a colleague who was known for being an exceptionally smooth talker. He always seemed to know exactly what to say in any situation, and he delivered his words with natural charm and confidence that made him very persuasive in meetings and presentations. But one day, when we were discussing a critical project deadline, something fundamental changed in his vocal delivery. His voice, which was usually upbeat, clear, and confident, suddenly dropped in energy and became noticeably slower. His words came out with slight hesitation, almost like he was carefully choosing each one, and there was a subtle but unmistakable shift in his vocal rhythm. I immediately sensed something was wrong, even though his actual words sounded reasonable. My intuition proved correct. It turned out he hadn't made any meaningful progress on the project, but was trying to cover up his lack of preparation and buy himself more time. That shift in his tone was the key indicator that something wasn't right. He wasn't telling the complete truth, and his voice betrayed him even when his words were carefully crafted to mislead. Here's the psychological mechanism behind this phenomenon. When people lie or feel genuinely uncomfortable with what they're saying, their autonomic nervous system responds to the internal stress. This might manifest as a higher pitch in their voice, a subtle crack or tremor, pauses that feel just slightly too long, or a general sense that their tone is somehow out of sync with their words. It's as if their voice is unconsciously trying to signal that something isn't quite right. Think about the last time you caught someone in a lie or noticed they were being deceptive. What did their voice sound like in that moment? Did they suddenly become quieter or maybe start speaking unusually fast? Did their voice take on a forced cheerfulness, like they were trying too hard to sound normal and relaxed? Did you notice awkward pauses or a change in their vocal rhythm? These are all potential signs that their internal state doesn't match what they're trying to project externally. It's important to note that sudden tone changes don't only signal outright lies. They also commonly indicate hesitation, uncertainty, or internal conflict about what the person is saying. I once had a friend who would get genuinely enthusiastic about plans we made together. But the moment I suggested something she didn't really want to do, her tone would change instantly. She'd go from excited and animated to flat and monotone, like someone had suddenly flipped an emotional switch. That vocal shift was always my clue that she wasn't fully on board with the suggestion, even if her actual words said she was fine with it. Her tone was telling me what her words wouldn't, that she was agreeing out of politeness or social pressure rather than genuine interest. This phenomenon occurs constantly in relationships, business negotiations, and casual conversations. You've probably experienced it yourself when someone suddenly shifts from upbeat and friendly to defensive or evasive, even if their words don't explicitly match the change in energy. It's in those moments that you need to start paying attention not just to what they're saying, but to how they're saying it. A sudden drop in vocal energy, an unexpected shift in pitch, or a hesitation pattern that wasn't present before can be a subconscious signal that the person is lying, hiding something important, or struggling with internal conflict about the topic at hand. From a Stoic perspective, people often lie not just to deceive others, but to deceive themselves. When their tone changes unexpectedly, it's not always because they're consciously trying to manipulate you. More often, it's because they're uncomfortable with the lie they're telling themselves, and this internal discomfort seeps into their voice in ways they can't fully control. Stoicism teaches us to observe human behavior without judgment, and vocal analysis is a perfect example of how you can use that observational power. By paying attention to subtle shifts in someone's tone, you can get a clearer picture of their internal state and the authenticity of what they're sharing with you. It's also worth noting that we often do this to ourselves. How many times have you said something you didn't fully believe and noticed your own voice falter or sound uncertain? Your tone becomes a mirror reflecting your inner doubt or conflict. This is why Stoicism emphasizes the importance of aligning your thoughts, words, and actions. When they're not in harmony, it often shows in ways you can't consciously control. The next time you're in a conversation and notice someone's tone shift unexpectedly, whether it's a sudden drop in energy, an awkward pause, an unusual change in pitch, or a general sense that something sounds off, don't ignore that signal. Ask yourself what they might be holding back, or what they might feel uncomfortable about. It might not indicate a complete fabrication, but there's a good chance they're not telling you the entire truth. Their voice is often their unconscious tell, and if you listen closely enough, you'll hear it reveal what their words are trying to hide. Perhaps one of the most revealing opportunities for reading people occurs when they think no one is watching them. If you really want to understand someone's authentic character, observe them during moments when they believe they're off stage, when they think their actions won't be noticed, judged, or have consequences. These unguarded moments reveal people's true nature in ways that their carefully managed public persona never can. This truth can be controversial, because most of us would prefer to believe that who we are in public represents our authentic self. We like to think that our social persona accurately reflects our character and values, but the psychological reality is that people often behave very differently when they think no one is paying attention, when social pressure is removed, and when they believe they can act without accountability. I remember working in an office with a manager who was consistently the picture of professionalism whenever upper management was around. She would engage in polite small talk, maintain a calm and composed demeanor, speak respectfully to everyone, and never raise her voice or show irritation. To outside observers, she appeared to be a model leader with excellent interpersonal skills. But the moment our higher-ups left the office, it was like watching a complete personality transformation. She would snap at team members over minor issues, make condescending remarks about people's work, treat colleagues with obvious disrespect, and generally reveal herself to be someone entirely different from the professional image she projected when it mattered for her career. This dramatic shift was jarring and educational. It taught me that the person someone reveals when they don't think they're being evaluated is often their most authentic self. When people are in the spotlight, whether literal or metaphorical, they're hyper-aware of how they're being perceived. They act in ways they believe will earn approval, avoid conflict, or advance their interests. But the second they feel they're out of public view, the filters drop, and you see who they really are underneath the performance. When people feel unobserved, they stop putting energy into impression management. They don't feel compelled to be on their best behavior, and their authentic personality emerges. You see this in small moments that might seem insignificant but are actually quite revealing. How they react when they think no one will notice, how they treat people who can't offer them anything in return, or how they behave when they believe they won't be held accountable for their actions. This principle applies to every aspect of life and relationships. In romantic situations, for example, both people are usually on their best behavior during the early stages, actively trying to impress each other and present their most attractive qualities. But if you really want to know who someone is as a partner, you need to observe them during the quiet, unperformed moments when they're not actively trying to win your approval. How do they treat service workers when you're out to dinner together? What are they like when they're stressed, tired, or dealing with frustration? How do they behave when they think you're not paying attention, or when they believe their actions won't affect your opinion of them? Do they maintain the same level of kindness, patience, and respect? Or do they let their guard down and reveal less appealing aspects of their personality? I've seen this dynamic play out in social settings as well. You might have a friend who's charismatic and entertaining when everyone's watching, always cracking jokes, being the center of attention, and projecting confidence and charm. But when they think no one's noticing their behavior, they might become aloof, selfish, dismissive of others, or even cruel in small ways. Their true character emerges not in the big public moments where they're performing, but in the small, hidden interactions where they think it doesn't matter. From a Stoic perspective, this observation aligns with core philosophical principles about virtue and character. A Stoic is trained to observe life objectively and without judgment, and people often reveal their authentic nature when they think they're off stage. Stoicism teaches that true virtue isn't about how we act when people are watching and applauding us, but how we behave when no one is there to witness our choices. The person who remains kind, patient, honest, and respectful, even when there's no one around to applaud them, that's someone who lives in genuine alignment with the virtuous principles. But the reality is that many people aren't like this. They compartmentalize their behavior, creating a public self that serves their image and interests while allowing their less appealing traits to emerge in private moments. I had a colleague who was incredibly supportive and encouraging whenever we were in group meetings or public professional settings. He would always have something positive to say, would go out of his way to show support for others' ideas, and projected an image of being a collaborative team player. But when we were alone, working on projects or having one-on-one conversations, his demeanor completely shifted. He became short, dismissive, uninterested in helping unless it directly benefited him, and generally revealed that his public persona was largely a performance designed to advance his career. That contrast taught me that his public supportiveness wasn't genuine kindness. It was strategic behavior designed to manage his reputation and relationships. The most honest moments aren't when someone is under the spotlight. They're when they think no one is watching. Whether they're acting with kindness or cruelty, generosity or selfishness, patience or irritation, these unguarded moments show you who they really are beneath the social mask. If someone can only demonstrate good character when others are watching, it's not real character, it's performance. True character, as Stoicism teaches, is who you are in the shadows, not just in the spotlight. A genuinely virtuous person's actions remain consistent because they come from internal principles rather than external validation or social pressure. When you observe others during their unguarded moments, you're not only gaining insight into their authentic character, but you're also reminding yourself of the importance of living with integrity even when no one else is around. The next time you want to truly understand someone, don't focus on their grand gestures, public statements, or carefully managed image. Instead, pay attention to what they do when the spotlight is off, when they think their actions don't matter, and when they believe no one important is watching. That's where you'll find their real character, and that's where the truth about who they are actually lives. One of the most revealing aspects of human psychology is that emotional reactions serve as an unfiltered window into a person's deepest priorities and values. If you want to understand what truly matters to someone, not what they claim matters to them, but what actually drives their behavior and decisions, look carefully at how they react emotionally in various situations. These reactions expose their core values, their hidden insecurities, and the things they hold most dear, often more accurately than any direct conversation about their beliefs or priorities. This insight can be controversial because many people like to believe they have complete control over their emotions and can hide what they really care about. We tell ourselves that we're rational beings who can manage our reactions and present whatever image we choose. But the truth is that when someone reacts strongly, whether with anger, excitement, anxiety, or any other intense emotion, it's a clear signal that their emotional response is connected to something that matters deeply to them at a psychological level. Let me share a personal example that illustrates this principle perfectly. I once worked with a colleague who was generally calm, composed, and seemingly unflappable. Nothing appeared to faze him significantly, and he had a reputation for being level-headed and rational in his approach to workplace challenges. But one day, during what should have been a routine team meeting, someone suggested a relatively small modification to one of his ongoing projects. His reaction was completely unexpected and disproportionate to the situation. He suddenly became agitated, defensive, and almost angry, a dramatic departure from his usual demeanor. I was genuinely taken aback by this emotional outburst, especially since the suggested change wasn't major and certainly didn't seem like something that would trigger such a strong response. But here's the crucial insight. His emotional reaction wasn't really about the proposed change itself. It was about the fact that this particular project had become deeply personal to him. He had invested countless hours, creative energy, and emotional investment into this work. To him, it had evolved from being just another professional assignment into something that represented his competence, creativity, and value as a team member. That unexpected emotional outburst revealed how important the project was to his sense of professional identity and self-worth, even though he had never explicitly communicated that level of personal investment to anyone. People don't always tell you directly what matters most to them, but their emotions invariably reveal these priorities. The words they choose can be carefully managed and strategically filtered, but emotional reactions are much harder to fake or control. The boss who reacts with disproportionate anger when you question their decision isn't just protecting their authority. They're revealing that their sense of self-worth is deeply tied to always being right and never being challenged. The friend who becomes overly defensive when you point out a minor flaw or mistake is probably showing you that what you mentioned connects to a deep insecurity or challenges a value they hold dear. The excitement someone displays when they receive praise or recognition for their work reveals that external validation is one of their top psychological priorities, even if they would never admit to being motivated by others' approval. These emotional responses create a map of what really drives people, what threatens them, and what they value most highly. Here's the key psychological principle. People's strongest emotional reactions, whether positive or negative, always reveal their deepest priorities and most significant psychological investments. They might act cool, detached, or indifferent in most situations as a way of protecting themselves or managing their image. But when something they genuinely care about is threatened, challenged, or acknowledged, their emotional defenses activate and their true priorities become visible. This principle extends beyond negative reactions like anger or frustration. though those tend to be the most obvious and dramatic. It also applies to positive emotional responses that might seem small but are actually quite significant. The genuine excitement someone shows when discussing their side business or hobby reveals that this activity matters to them more than their casual treatment of it might suggest. The way someone lights up when you ask about their children, their travels, or their creative projects tells you where their emotional energy and attention are actually focused. In romantic relationships, this principle becomes especially valuable for understanding your partner's real needs and priorities. If you notice they become upset when plans fall through or when you have to cancel time together, that's not necessarily clinginess or neediness. It's a sign that spending quality time together is genuinely important to their sense of connection and security in the relationship. If they become animated and excited when you talk about future trips, shared goals, or experiences you might have together, it indicates that creating shared experiences and building a future together is a high priority for them. Understanding that emotions are always connected to values gives you a clear map of people's psychological landscape without requiring them to explicitly spell out what matters to them. This insight helps you navigate relationships more skillfully because you can understand what's likely to trigger strong reactions and what's likely to create positive responses. A particularly revealing example occurs when people get unexpectedly defensive about seemingly minor issues. Let's say you casually mention that someone has been running late to meetings recently, and instead of a calm acknowledgement or simple explanation, they become flustered, defensive, and perhaps even aggressive in their response. That reaction tells you that punctuality and reliability are deeply connected to their self-image and professional identity. They don't want to be seen as unreliable or disorganized, so they react strongly to protect that aspect of how they see themselves and want others to see them. From a Stoic perspective, observing emotional reactions with objectivity gives you invaluable insight into human behavior and motivation. When someone's emotions flare up dramatically, it's because something they value significantly is at stake. You can use this knowledge to better understand the people in your life and also to manage your interactions with them more effectively. If you understand what triggers someone's emotional responses, you can approach sensitive topics with greater care and awareness. You can also use this insight to build stronger, more understanding relationships by acknowledging and respecting what matters most to them. But here's the deeper Stoic lesson that applies to your own self-development. Your emotional reactions reveal your own priorities and psychological investments just as clearly as they reveal others. When you find yourself reacting strongly to something, whether with anger, excitement, anxiety, or any other intense emotion, take a moment to reflect on what that reaction is telling you about your own values and priorities. Are you getting angry because someone is genuinely threatening something important? Or are you letting your ego and pride dictate your response? Are you becoming defensive because someone is questioning your integrity and competence? Or are you simply upset that your reputation might be challenged? Are you excited about an opportunity because it aligns with your authentic goals and values, or because it feeds your need for external validation? Stoicism teaches that by understanding our own emotional reactions, we can gain greater control over them and make more conscious choices about how we respond to life's challenges. We can learn to recognize when our emotions are connected to values that truly matter to our character and well-being, and when they're simply reflections of our pride, insecurities, or social conditioning. The ability to read people through their emotional responses isn't magic or manipulation. It's about developing sensitivity to the subtle signals that reveal human motivations and priorities. But this skill comes with responsibility. The more you understand about human psychology and behavior, the more important it becomes to use that knowledge wisely and ethically. True mastery in reading people lies not in gaining advantage over others or manipulating their emotions for your benefit. Instead, it's about developing deeper empathy, building more authentic relationships, and understanding the complex psychological forces that drive human behavior. When you can see past surface-level interactions to understand what people really value and fear, you become more capable of responding to them with genuine compassion and wisdom. This understanding also extends to recognizing your own patterns and triggers. The more you observe how emotions reveal priorities in others, the more conscious you become of your own emotional reactions and what they say about your psychological makeup. This self-awareness is one of the foundations of Stoic practice, knowing yourself deeply enough to make conscious choices about your responses rather than being driven by unconscious reactions. The art of reading people through observation, emotional awareness, and psychological insight represents a sophisticated form of human intelligence that goes far beyond surface-level social skills. It requires patience, practice, and a genuine commitment to understanding human nature in all its complexity. But the rewards are substantial, not just in terms of navigating social situations more effectively, but in developing wisdom about the human condition that can guide you toward more fulfilling relationships and a deeper understanding of yourself. The techniques and principles we've explored, from the "tell me more" approach to observing unguarded moments, from noting vocal changes to understanding how past experiences shape present behavior, all work together to create a comprehensive framework for reading people accurately and compassionately. These aren't tricks for manipulation or control, they're tools for understanding, connection, and wisdom. When you consistently practice these observational skills, you begin to see patterns in human behavior that most people miss entirely. You start to understand why people react the way they do, what drives their decisions, and how their past experiences continue to influence their present actions. This understanding doesn't make you cynical or manipulative. Instead, it makes you more compassionate and wise in your interactions with others. You begin to see that the colleague who seems arrogant might actually be deeply insecure, that the friend who appears aloof might be protecting themselves from past hurt, and that the family member who gets angry easily might be carrying unresolved trauma or stress. This doesn't excuse destructive behavior, but it helps you respond with greater understanding and effectiveness. Perhaps most importantly, developing these skills forces you to become more honest about your own behavior and motivations. When you understand how much people reveal through their unconscious actions and reactions, you become more aware of what you might be revealing about yourself. This awareness can lead to greater authenticity, better self-control, and more intentional choices about how you present yourself to the world. The Stoic approach to reading people emphasizes observation without judgment, understanding without manipulation, and wisdom without exploitation. It's about seeing clearly rather than seeing what you want to see, understanding deeply rather than making surface assumptions, and responding thoughtfully rather than reacting emotionally. In our increasingly complex social and professional world, the ability to read people accurately has become more valuable than ever. Whether you're building a business, developing relationships, raising children, or simply trying to navigate daily interactions more effectively, Understanding human psychology and behavior gives you tools for success that go far beyond technical skills or formal education. But remember that with this understanding comes responsibility. The more you can see through people's defenses and understand their motivations, the more important it becomes to use that insight with integrity and compassion. The goal isn't to gain power over others, but to build genuine connections based on mutual understanding and respect. When you master the art of reading people, you don't just become better at understanding others, you become more understanding of others. You see the complexity, vulnerability, and humanity in everyone you meet. You recognize that everyone is fighting battles you know nothing about, carrying burdens you can't see, and trying to make sense of their own experiences just as you are. This perspective naturally leads to greater patience, compassion, and wisdom in all your relationships. You become less likely to take things personally, more skilled at resolving conflicts, and better able to build meaningful connections with people from all walks of life. You develop what might be called emotional intelligence, the ability to understand and navigate the complex emotional landscape of human interaction. The techniques and insights we've explored represent just the beginning of a lifelong journey toward understanding human nature. The more you practice observing people with curiosity rather than judgment, the more you'll discover about the fascinating complexity of human psychology and behavior. Each interaction becomes an opportunity to learn something new about how people think, feel, and respond to the world around them. As you continue developing these skills, remember that the ultimate goal isn't to become a master manipulator or to gain unfair advantage over others. Instead, it's to become someone who understands people deeply enough to treat them with appropriate compassion, wisdom, and respect. It's about seeing clearly enough to respond effectively, understanding deeply enough to build authentic relationships, and developing enough emotional intelligence to navigate life's complexities with grace and wisdom. The ability to read people is ultimately about becoming more fully human yourself, more aware, more compassionate, more wise, and more connected to the rich tapestry of human experience that surrounds us all. In mastering this art, you don't just become better at understanding others, you become a better person yourself, someone worthy of the trust and respect that comes with truly seeing and appreciating the depth and complexity of every human being you encounter. Commanding respect, the art of dealing with disrespectful people. Let's get brutally honest about something that affects all of us at some point in our lives. Have you ever noticed how some people just seem to love testing your boundaries? They interrupt you mid-sentence as if your thoughts don't matter, make passive-aggressive comments wrapped in fake smiles, or act like your time and feelings are completely optional. Society tells us we should smile politely, turn the other cheek, and just let it slide for the sake of keeping the peace. But what if I told you that this approach is not only damaging your self-respect, but it's also teaching these people that their behavior is acceptable? If you're tired of putting up with people who don't respect you, if you're exhausted from being everyone's emotional punching bag, and if you're ready to reclaim your dignity without losing your composure, then what I'm about to share will change how you navigate these challenging interactions forever. Today, I'm going to break down some brutally honest, perhaps controversial, but ultimately empowering ways to handle disrespect without losing your cool and without sacrificing the very thing that matters most, your self-respect. The strategies we'll explore aren't about becoming aggressive, mean, or stooping to someone else's level. They're about developing an unshakable inner strength that communicates clearly where your boundaries are and what behavior you will and won't tolerate. By the end of this exploration, you'll have every tool you need to show people exactly where the line is drawn, and more importantly, you'll have the confidence to enforce those boundaries consistently. The foundation of commanding respect starts with understanding that respect is not something you can demand or force from others. True respect is earned through how you carry yourself, how you respond to challenging situations, and most importantly, how you treat yourself. When you demonstrate genuine self-respect through your actions and responses, you naturally invite others to treat you with the same level of respect. But when you allow disrespectful behavior to continue unchecked, you're inadvertently teaching people that this is how they can treat you. One of the most powerful and perhaps surprisingly effective techniques for dealing with disrespectful behavior is what I call embracing the silent stare. Now, you might initially think this sounds overly simplistic or even passive-aggressive, but bear with me because this technique has profound psychological impact that goes far beyond its apparent simplicity. When someone is being openly rude, dismissive, or disrespectful toward you, nothing throws them off balance more effectively than a long, calm, completely unbothered stare that communicates volumes without saying a single word. Here's the psychological mechanism that makes this approach so devastatingly effective. People who habitually disrespect others are typically looking for a specific type of reaction from you. They want you to stammer nervously, get visibly flustered, become defensive, or maybe even snap back with anger. They're essentially looking to drag you down into their level of drama, to make you question yourself, or to make you feel smaller than you are. Their disrespectful behavior is often a power play designed to establish dominance or superiority in the interaction. But when you respond with nothing more than a steady, silent stare, you completely flip the power dynamic of the situation. Suddenly, you're not playing by their rules anymore. You're not giving them the emotional reaction they were seeking, and this unexpected response forces them to confront their own behavior in a way they weren't prepared for. The silent stare communicates without any words whatsoever. I'm not playing this game with you. It's a way of reclaiming control of the interaction without having to engage in verbal sparring or emotional manipulation. There's something deeply unsettling to most people about someone who doesn't give the reaction they were expecting. When you hold a steady, unblinking gaze, you're essentially holding up a mirror to their behavior, forcing them to see themselves clearly. Most people don't like what they see when they're forced to confront their own disrespectful actions without the distraction of your emotional reaction to focus on. Let me share a specific example of how this technique worked in a real-world situation. I was once in a team meeting where one particular colleague had made it his apparent mission to talk over me and cut me off whenever I tried to contribute to the discussion. You know the type. Loud, overconfident, seemingly convinced that everyone in the room was there solely to listen to his profound wisdom. I initially tried the conventional approaches, politely interjecting, waiting for natural pauses in his monologue, even being more assertive in my attempts to speak. But nothing worked. He just kept bulldozing over my attempts to participate in the conversation. Finally, I decided to try a different approach. The next time he interrupted me mid-sentence, I simply stopped talking, leaned back in my chair, crossed my arms, and fixed him with a steady, unwavering stare. I didn't blink, didn't show any expression of anger or frustration, just looked directly at him for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 5 or 6 seconds. I said absolutely nothing during this time. The effect was immediate and dramatic. You could feel the tension in the room shift as everyone else at the table began to notice what was happening. They started looking back and forth between us, wondering what would happen next. Most importantly, my disruptive colleague became visibly uncomfortable under my steady gaze. He began to stumble over his words, lost his train of thought, and suddenly started looking anywhere but at me. He didn't interrupt me again for the rest of that meeting, and more significantly, he began treating me with considerably more respect in subsequent interactions, as if he had finally realized that I wasn't someone he could simply bulldoze over. That single silent stare accomplished more than any verbal confrontation, complaint to management, or attempt to reason with him could have achieved. It demonstrated clearly that I wasn't going to tolerate his disrespectful behavior, and it did so without creating drama, escalating conflict, or making me look unprofessional. The power of the silent stare goes beyond just stopping disrespectful behavior in the moment. It's a profound reminder to both the other person and to yourself about the importance of self-respect and personal boundaries. When you refuse to dance to someone else's tune, when you demonstrate that you won't be pulled into their emotional drama, you're reclaiming your space, your peace, and your dignity. Too often, when someone treats us disrespectfully, we feel an almost overwhelming urge to defend ourselves, to make our case, to explain why their behavior is inappropriate, or worse yet, to simply let it slide because we don't want to create an uncomfortable scene. But the silent stare represents a completely different approach. It's not about being aggressive or confrontational. It's about demonstrating that you're grounded, unbothered, and unapologetically in control of your own emotional responses. The technique also serves an important accountability function. People who are accustomed to disrespecting others often do it almost automatically, without really thinking about the impact of their behavior. They've never been effectively called out, never faced real consequences for treating others poorly. When you give them that silent, steady look, it's like you're holding up a mirror to their behavior. You're not telling them they're wrong through words, you're showing them through your response, and most people don't like to see themselves behaving badly when it's reflected back to them so clearly. I've discovered that this silent stare technique does much more than just get the other person to back down or modify their behavior. It also significantly strengthens your own sense of self-worth and personal power. When you stand there silent and still, maintaining your composure while someone else is being disrespectful, you're reminding yourself that their words or actions simply cannot shake your core sense of self. You're demonstrating to yourself that you have the inner strength to remain centered regardless of how others choose to behave. I used to be the type of person who would nervously laugh off rude comments, try to explain myself when someone questioned my choices inappropriately, or attempt to smooth over uncomfortable situations by minimizing my own feelings. But I gradually realized that this approach was not only draining my energy, but it was also making me feel progressively worse about myself and my ability to handle challenging social situations. Learning to just look at someone calmly, to let that silence fill the space between us without backing down or feeling compelled to fill it with explanations or justifications, was genuinely transformative. It feels like a small but significant act of defiance, a quiet but powerful declaration of self-respect that reverberates through your entire sense of personal agency. So the next time someone is being rude, pushing your boundaries, or making you feel diminished in any way, try implementing the silent stare technique. Just look at them steadily and let them feel the full weight of your calm, unshakable presence. You'll likely be surprised at how uncomfortable it makes them, and more importantly, how empowered and centered it makes you feel. The silent stare essentially communicates, "I respect myself far too much to get dragged into your negativity," and that's a message that's always worth sending clearly and consistently. Building on the power of silence, There's another incredibly underrated technique that can be even more powerful in certain situations: embracing silence as your complete answer to disrespectful behavior. When someone treats you poorly, throws negativity your way, or tries to provoke you into an emotional reaction, sometimes the most powerful response is absolutely no response at all. I understand that silence can initially feel passive, as if you're somehow letting the person get away with their inappropriate behavior. Many of us have been conditioned to believe that we need to respond to everything, to defend ourselves, to make our position clear. But here's a truth that might surprise you. Silence is far from passive when it's used intentionally. It's actually a deliberate choice, and sometimes it's the boldest, most impactful answer you can possibly give. When someone is directing disrespectful behavior toward you, they're essentially trying to pull you into their emotional drama, to make you feel small, defensive, or reactive. They want to engage you in their negativity because it validates their behavior and gives them a sense of power or control over your emotional state. But when you don't engage, when you simply let their words hang in the air without any response whatsoever, you force them to sit alone with their own behavior, and that silence can be absolutely deafening. The psychological impact of this approach is profound. People who habitually disrespect others usually expect some kind of reaction. They're looking for a fight, seeking justification for their behavior, or simply trying to get some form of validation for their actions. But complete silence communicates something entirely different. It says, "I'm not giving you my energy. I'm not participating in this interaction. You're simply not worth my time or words." By refusing to engage, you maintain complete control over the conversation and your own emotional state. You're essentially letting the other person know that their attempts to disrespect you have fallen on deaf ears, that their behavior has no power to affect your inner peace or sense of self-worth. I recall a situation where I was dealing with someone who seemed to take perverse pleasure in making subtle but cutting remarks disguised as humor. You know the type of person I'm talking about. They hide their insults behind the pretense of just joking around and try to pass off their cruelty as harmless fun. One day, this person made a completely unnecessary and mean-spirited comment about my work, clearly designed to get under my skin and provoke some kind of defensive response. In the past, I would have felt compelled to explain myself, defend my work, or perhaps even fire back with a comment of my own. But this time, I decided to try something completely different. I simply looked at him calmly, raised an eyebrow slightly, and said absolutely nothing. I let his words hang in the air, allowed that awkward silence to build, and watched as he became increasingly uncomfortable with the lack of reaction. The effect was remarkable. He didn't know what to do with my non-response. He looked at me expectantly, then looked down at his hands, mumbled something under his breath, and quickly moved on to a different topic. More importantly, that was the last time he ever tried that particular tactic with me. It was as if he suddenly realized that if I wasn't reacting to his provocations, there was no power to be gained from continuing that behavior. The beauty of silence as a response is that it literally starves disrespectful behavior of the attention and energy it requires to survive and continue. Most inappropriate behavior is designed to elicit a reaction, and when that reaction isn't forthcoming, the behavior tends to naturally fade away. Here's the deeper message that silence communicates. When you choose not to respond to disrespect, you're essentially choosing yourself and your own peace of mind over someone else's opinion of you. You're making a statement that you value your emotional equilibrium more than you value engaging in pointless conflict. This isn't just empowering, it's actually quite revolutionary in a culture that seems to encourage us to respond to everything, to have an opinion about everything, and to defend ourselves constantly. We're often pressured by social conditioning to respond to every challenge, to explain ourselves, to defend our choices, or to prove our worth to people who, frankly, aren't genuinely interested in respecting us anyway. But by embracing silence as a legitimate response, you're refusing to play by those exhausting rules. You're taking a stand without having to engage in verbal sparring or emotional manipulation. The practice of strategic silence isn't just about controlling external situations. It's also about reclaiming your own energy and protecting your inner peace. Silence acts like a filter that keeps your emotional equilibrium intact by blocking out the negativity that others try to project onto you. The moment you stop feeling compelled to respond to every rude comment, every passive-aggressive jab, or every attempt to drag you into unnecessary drama, you free yourself from a tremendous burden. Learning to use silence effectively wasn't an easy transition for me personally. I used to believe that if I didn't defend myself or respond to challenges, I would appear weak or passive. But I started noticing something interesting about my own emotional patterns. Every time I responded to people who were disrespecting me, I would end up feeling drained, frustrated, and somehow diminished by the interaction. But when I learned to hold my tongue, when I allowed their comments to pass by like background noise that had nothing to do with me, I realized that I felt lighter, stronger, and much more in control of my own emotional experience. It was as if I was reclaiming a piece of my personal power every time I chose silence over reaction. I stopped giving people access to my inner world through my emotional responses, and I started living much more on my own terms rather than constantly reacting to other people's behavior and opinions. Here's my challenge for you. The next time someone treats you disrespectfully, pause for a moment. Take a deep breath, look them calmly in the eye, and then say absolutely nothing. Let your silence speak for itself. You might be genuinely surprised by how uncomfortable they become with the lack of reaction, and more importantly, how freeing and empowering it feels for you to simply refuse to engage with their negativity. Embracing silence as your answer is about recognizing that sometimes saying nothing is actually the most powerful statement you can make. It's about understanding that your peace of mind is more valuable than winning arguments with people who don't respect you, and it's about taking control of your own emotional experience rather than allowing others to dictate how you feel through their behavior. Another crucial area where many people struggle with disrespect involves the exhausting cycle of constantly explaining and justifying their personal choices. This pattern is so common and so damaging to self-respect that it deserves careful examination. How many times have you made a perfectly reasonable decision for yourself, only to have someone immediately start questioning you about it? Why did you do that? Why didn't you go to that event? Why did you take that job? Why are you dating that person? Why don't you want children? Why did you move there? The list of invasive questions people feel entitled to ask is seemingly endless, and here's the uncomfortable truth that many people don't want to acknowledge. They're simply not entitled to explanations for how you choose to live your life. Your choices are fundamentally your own, and you don't owe anyone a detailed breakdown of your decision-making process, your motivations, or your personal priorities. This might sound controversial or even harsh, but let's examine what's really happening when people constantly question your choices. In most cases, they're not asking because they genuinely want to understand you better, or because they're seeking to learn from your experience. More often, they're looking to judge your decisions, poke holes in your reasoning, make you doubt yourself, or feel better about their own choices by making you second-guess yours. When you consistently explain and justify your choices to others, you're inadvertently communicating that your decisions are somehow up for debate, that other people have a right to approve or disapprove of how you live your life. You're essentially asking for permission to make choices that are entirely within your own authority to make. This pattern not only undermines your confidence in your own judgment, but it also teaches others that they can question and challenge your autonomy whenever they feel like it. Let's dig deeper into the psychology behind why people feel so entitled to explanations for others' personal choices. Often, when people question your decisions, it's because your choice challenges their own worldview or makes them uncomfortable in some way. Maybe you're taking a risk they're too scared to take, or perhaps you're stepping outside social norms that they find comforting and predictable. Your independence or willingness to do things differently can trigger their own insecurities or regrets about paths not taken. Asking you to explain and justify your choices becomes their way of trying to fit you back into their comfort zone, to make your decisions seem less threatening or challenging to their own life philosophy. But here's the critical point. Just because your choices make someone else uncomfortable doesn't mean you're responsible for reassuring them or helping them feel better about their own decisions. Your life isn't a public service announcement designed to make others feel comfortable with their choices. I experienced this dynamic firsthand when I decided to make a significant career change, leaving a stable but unfulfilling job to pursue something I was genuinely passionate about, even though it came with considerably more financial risk and uncertainty. The moment people found out about my decision, it was as if I had announced that I was planning to move to Mars. I was constantly bombarded with questions. Why would you leave such a secure position? How are you going to make it work financially? What if you fail? Aren't you worried about stability? What will you do for benefits? Initially, I felt compelled to provide detailed explanations. I would talk about how I wanted something more fulfilling, how I had a business plan, how I had saved money as a safety net, how I had researched the market extensively. But I quickly realized that no matter how thorough my explanations were, they never seemed to satisfy the questioners. The more I explained, the more people found new angles to question, new potential problems to point out, new reasons why my decision might be flawed. It was exhausting, and more importantly, it was making me doubt a decision that I had made thoughtfully and deliberately. I found myself spending more time defending my choice than actually working toward my goals. That's when I decided to try a completely different approach. The next time someone asked me, "But why would you leave that stable job?" I simply replied, "Because I wanted to." No additional details, no breakdown of my strategic thinking, no justification of my priorities. Just a simple, honest answer that didn't invite further questioning or debate. The effect was remarkable and immediate. The silence that followed was everything I had hoped for. People didn't know how to respond because I had effectively taken away their power to question and challenge my choices. They couldn't argue with "because I wanted to." It was my personal preference, and personal preferences don't require external validation or approval. More importantly, I felt amazing. It was liberating to stand in my own truth, knowing that my decisions were valid and sufficient simply because I had made them thoughtfully. When you stop justifying your actions to others, you give yourself permission to live authentically without the crushing weight of other people's expectations and judgments. Here's the profound realization that comes with this approach. Your life doesn't need an audience vote. Not every decision you make has to be analyzed, approved, or understood by others. When you stop explaining yourself constantly, you're communicating a powerful message. I'm confident enough in my choices that I don't need your approval or validation. Think about it carefully. When was the last time you saw a truly confident, self-assured person breaking down their personal decisions for others? Probably never. Because people who genuinely own their lives don't feel the need to seek external validation for their choices. They understand that the only approval that truly matters is their own, and they've developed enough self-trust to make decisions without requiring a committee of advisors to sign off on every choice. I used to be the person who would essentially give a full presentation complete with charts and graphs explaining why I was doing something, desperately trying to get everyone on board with my decisions. But over time, I realized that this pattern of over-explanation was actually undermining my confidence in my own judgment and making me second-guess choices that were perfectly reasonable and well-considered. So, I made a commitment to myself. If someone asks me about a personal decision, I'll answer briefly and honestly. If they push for more details or try to challenge my reasoning, I'll smile politely and redirect the conversation. I don't provide lengthy justifications, and I don't engage in debates about whether my choices are right or wrong according to someone else's value system. The result has been transformative. Life became significantly lighter and more enjoyable. The more I stopped explaining myself to others, the more confident I became in my own decision-making abilities. I realized that I had been seeking external validation for choices that were entirely within my own authority to make, and that this pattern had been slowly eroding my self-trust and autonomy. Here's my challenge for you. The next time someone questions one of your personal choices, resist the automatic urge to provide a detailed explanation or justification. Instead, try responding with something simple like, "That's what felt right for me," or "because I wanted to," and then let the silence speak for itself. Watch how powerful that simple statement can be. You'll likely find that you feel stronger, more in control, and more at peace with yourself. Most importantly, you'll begin to understand that your choices don't need anyone else's stamp of approval. They're valid and worthwhile simply because you made them thoughtfully and deliberately. Sometimes the most effective and healthy way to handle people who consistently disrespect you is to create physical and emotional distance between yourself and them. I understand that this might sound harsh or even cold to some people, but here's a fundamental truth that many of us struggle to accept. Not everyone deserves a front row seat in your life, and if someone is persistently treating you poorly, one of the healthiest and most self-respecting moves you can make is to deliberately create space between yourself and that person. This approach doesn't mean you hate them, harbor resentment, or are being unnecessarily dramatic. It simply means that you respect yourself enough to protect your emotional energy and mental well-being from people who consistently demonstrate that they don't value or respect you as a person. Keeping your distance isn't about being mean, vindictive, or deliberately ignoring people out of spite. It's about making conscious, deliberate choices about where and how you invest your time, energy, and emotional resources. Think of your life as having limited access, like an exclusive club where not everyone automatically gets a VIP pass. If someone is constantly crossing your boundaries, making you feel diminished, undermining your confidence, or just radiating persistent negativity, why would you continue to keep them in close proximity to your emotional well-being? Creating healthy distance gives you the mental and emotional clarity to see situations as they really are, free from the fog of manipulation, guilt, or social pressure that often clouds our judgment when we're too close to problematic people. It allows you to step back and objectively evaluate whether someone's presence in your life is genuinely positive, or if you've been tolerating harmful behavior out of habit, obligation, or misplaced loyalty. Consider this analogy. When you keep people who disrespect you in close proximity, it's like inviting them to an all-you-can-eat buffet where they can criticize, judge, undermine, and take from you as much as they want, whenever they want. Then we wonder why we feel emotionally drained, anxious, frustrated, or depleted after spending time with them. Creating distance from these people is fundamentally an act of self-preservation. It's about protecting your mental health, preserving your peace of mind, and making room in your life for people who actually respect, value, and uplift you. One of the biggest obstacles to creating healthy distance is the guilt that many people feel about setting boundaries with others, especially if those people are family members or long-term friends. We've been socialized to believe that we should be endlessly tolerant, forgiving, and accommodating, regardless of how others treat us. But this mindset often comes at a tremendous cost to our own well-being and self-respect. Let me share a personal example that illustrates this principle. I once had a close friend who had developed a habit of making subtle but persistent negative comments about virtually every choice I made: my career decisions, my relationships, my interests, even my taste in music and movies. At first, I rationalized their behavior by telling myself, "That's just how they are," or "Maybe I'm being too sensitive." I kept them in my life because we had a long history together, and I didn't want to be the kind of person who gives up on friendships easily. But over time, I began to notice that those seemingly small jabs were actually having a significant cumulative effect on my emotional well-being. I found myself walking on eggshells around this person, constantly bracing myself for the next criticism or sarcastic comment. I was starting to second-guess my own decisions and feeling anxious about sharing good news or exciting developments in my life because I knew they would find a way to deflate my enthusiasm or point out potential problems. One day, I made a conscious decision to experiment with creating some distance. I didn't make a dramatic announcement or have a confrontational conversation about their behavior. I simply started limiting the amount of time I spent with them. Instead of seeing them multiple times per week, I reduced it to perhaps once a month. Instead of sharing every detail of my life with them, I began to be more selective about what I discussed. The change in my emotional state was immediate and dramatic. I felt lighter, freer, and more confident in my own judgment. In that space away from their constant negativity, I realized just how toxic that friendship had become and how much mental energy I had been expending trying to defend myself against their subtle but persistent criticisms. The distance gave me the clarity to understand that I deserved friends who would support and encourage me rather than constantly finding fault with my choices. It wasn't that this person was evil or intentionally malicious. They were probably dealing with their own insecurities and projecting them onto me. But regardless of their motivations, their behavior was harmful to my well-being, and I had every right to protect myself from it. Here's where the concept of distance becomes controversial, and why some people will try to make you feel guilty about implementing it. Society often tells us that we should be endlessly loyal, forgiving, and accommodating, especially with family members or long-term friends. You'll hear people say things like, "But they're family," or "You've been friends for years," or "They don't really mean it," or "You should be more understanding." But here's a question worth asking. At what cost? At what point does loyalty to others become disloyalty to yourself? At what point does accommodating someone else's bad behavior become a betrayal of your own well-being and self-respect? Protecting your peace of mind and emotional well-being isn't selfish. It's necessary for your mental health and your ability to show up as your best self in all areas of your life. You're not here to be anyone's emotional punching bag, their constant source of validation, or their outlet for frustration and negativity. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for both yourself and the other person is to step back and create some healthy space. Creating distance also serves an important boundary-setting function. It sends a clear message that disrespectful behavior has consequences, that your time and energy are valuable, and that access to your life is a privilege that can be revoked if it's consistently abused. Some people will never learn to treat you better until they experience the natural consequence of their behavior, which is that people don't want to be around them when they're consistently negative or disrespectful. Here's another profound benefit of creating distance from disrespectful people. It gives you the opportunity to recenter yourself and focus on relationships that actually matter and contribute positively to your life. Think about it logically. The more time you spend around people who respect, encourage, and genuinely care about you, the more confident, fulfilled, and emotionally stable you tend to feel. Conversely, the less time you spend around people who tear you down, criticize you constantly, or drain your energy, the less room they have to negatively impact your thoughts, mood, and overall life experience. I used to feel tremendous guilt about distancing myself from people, even when they weren't treating me well. I would think, what if they think I don't care about them? Or maybe I'm overreacting? Or I should be more patient and understanding? But over time, I learned that creating distance wasn't just about removing negativity from my life. It was about creating space for personal growth, self-reflection, and the development of healthier relationships. When I gave myself permission to step back from people who were consistently disrespectful or draining, I experienced a new kind of freedom. I had more emotional energy to invest in relationships that were genuinely fulfilling. I had more mental space to pursue my own goals and interests. I developed a clearer vision of the kind of people I wanted in my life and the kind of relationships that would support my continued growth and happiness. Here's my challenge for you. Take an honest inventory of the people in your life who consistently make you feel small, drained, criticized, or disrespected. Ask yourself a simple but important question. Do these people really deserve this level of access to my emotional world and daily experience? You don't have to make dramatic gestures or have confrontational conversations. Simply start creating some space. Limit the time you spend with them. Be more selective about what you share with them, and pay attention to how you feel when you're not constantly managing their negativity or defending yourself against their criticisms. You might be surprised to discover that distance isn't just about protecting yourself from harmful behavior. It's also about creating space for better relationships, personal growth, and a more peaceful, confident version of yourself to emerge. Finally, one of the most powerful and enduring ways to command respect from others is to consistently hold your head high, regardless of how others choose to treat you. This might sound like generic advice that you've heard countless times before, but I want you to understand that this approach represents something much deeper and more transformative than simple good posture or positive thinking. When someone is being disrespectful toward you, they're essentially banking on their ability to make you feel small, uncertain, or diminished in some way. They want you to doubt yourself, to lower your eyes in shame or embarrassment, to shrink into yourself and become smaller in response to their behavior. But when you make the conscious choice to stand tall and hold your head high, you're communicating something powerful without saying a single word. I know exactly who I am, and nothing you say or do will make me feel less than I am. Here's what makes this approach so psychologically powerful. Confidence and self-assurance make people uncomfortable, especially people who derive their sense of power from disrespecting others. Disrespectful people typically rely on the idea that their words or actions have the ability to influence your emotional state, to control your self-perception, or to make you feel inferior in some way. When you refuse to let their disrespect penetrate your sense of self-worth, when you literally stand taller and hold your head higher in response to their negativity, you're demonstrating that they simply don't have the power to bring you down. This visible display of unshakable self-respect throws disrespectful people off balance because it disrupts their entire strategy. They don't know what to do with someone who remains confident and composed in the face of their attempts to diminish them. It makes them question their own power and effectiveness rather than making you question yours. I remember being in a recurring situation with someone who seemed to take genuine pleasure in making subtle insults and undermining comments whenever we interacted. You know the type of person I'm describing. They always have a smirk on their face, always have a joke that feels more like an attack, and they seem to derive energy from making others feel uncomfortable or insecure. Initially, I would try to brush off their comments, laugh nervously, or attempt to defend myself, but honestly, their behavior was getting under my skin. I found myself dreading interactions with this person and feeling like I had to constantly be on guard, ready to defend myself against whatever cutting remark they might make next. But then I decided to try a completely different approach. I made a conscious decision that I was done feeling small or defensive around this person. The next time we met, I showed up with my shoulders back, my head held high, and a calm, confident demeanor. Every time they made one of their characteristic cutting comments, I simply looked them directly in the eye, smiled slightly, and carried on the conversation as if their attempt to diminish me had completely missed its mark. The transformation in the dynamic was remarkable. They actually started backing off from their usual pattern of subtle attacks. It was as if they could sense that their comments weren't reaching me anymore, that I was operating from a place of such solid self-confidence that their negativity simply couldn't penetrate it. Gradually, their attempts to undermine me faded away entirely because they realized that their usual tactics were no longer effective. There's something almost magnetic about a person who holds their head high with genuine confidence. It creates what I think of as an invisible force field that communicates, "I'm untouchable by your negativity." This isn't about arrogance or superiority. It's about having such a solid foundation of self-respect that external criticism or disrespect simply doesn't have the power to shake you. Here's where this approach becomes particularly powerful and potentially controversial. People who don't respect you often hate seeing you confident and self-assured. Your confidence disrupts their worldview and challenges their assumptions about their own power and importance. They want to believe that they're somehow superior to you, that they have something over you, or that they can affect your emotional state at will. When you walk around with unshakable confidence, it disrupts that narrative completely. To some people, your self-assurance might actually feel offensive or threatening. They might interpret your refusal to be diminished by their behavior as arrogance or defiance. Society doesn't always know how to handle people who are unapologetically confident in themselves, especially when they refuse to let others' negativity define their self-perception. But here's the crucial point. Holding your head high isn't about them. It's about you. It's about living as if you're fully aware of your inherent worth as a human being, as if you have nothing to prove to anyone, and as if you already possess everything you need within yourself to feel valuable and complete. This becomes a radical act of self-respect in a world that often tries to teach us that our worth is dependent on others' approval or validation. When you hold your head high consistently, you're making a profound statement about your self-worth. You're declaring that regardless of how others choose to treat you, you see yourself as valuable, deserving of respect, and inherently enough just as you are. This isn't something you earn from others through performance or pleasing behavior. It's something you claim for yourself as a fundamental right. Here's the deeper philosophical message embedded in this practice. Self-worth isn't something that should be dependent on external validation or other people's opinions. It's an internal recognition of your inherent value as a human being. No matter what others think, say, or do, you have the choice to walk through life as if you already possess everything you need within yourself to feel worthy and complete. When you truly internalize this understanding, other people's attempts to disrespect or diminish you become largely irrelevant because you're not seeking their approval or validation in the first place. The practice of holding your head high isn't just about physical posture, although that certainly plays a role. It's fundamentally about mental and emotional posture, the way you carry yourself through the world internally. It's about walking into every room as if you belong there, not shrinking yourself to fit into someone else's limited perception of who you should be. It's about refusing to apologize for your existence, your choices, or your authentic self. When someone makes a snarky comment or attempts to belittle you, you can choose to let it roll off you like water off a duck's back. They're not seeing the real you anyway. They're typically projecting their own insecurities, frustrations, or limitations onto you. Why would you allow their distorted perception to influence how you feel about yourself? This approach requires a fundamental shift in how you think about respect and validation. Instead of seeking these things from external sources, you learn to generate them internally. You become your own source of approval, your own cheerleader, your own validation system. This doesn't mean you become isolated or stop caring about meaningful relationships. Quite the opposite. When you're not desperately seeking approval from others, you become more attractive to people who are genuinely worth knowing, and you're able to build relationships based on mutual respect rather than neediness or insecurity. I'll be completely honest with you. Learning to hold my head high consistently wasn't a natural or easy process for me. I used to be the type of person who would slouch when criticized, avoid eye contact when uncomfortable, and generally try to make myself smaller and less noticeable when people were being negative or dismissive toward me. It felt safer to disappear, to avoid confrontation, to blend into the background when tensions arose. But over time, I began to notice something important. Every time I held my head high in the face of disrespect, every time I refused to let someone's negativity seep into my sense of self-worth, I felt demonstrably stronger and more confident afterward. It was as if I was gradually building an internal muscle of self-respect through practice and repetition. Each time I chose to stand tall in my own truth rather than shrinking in response to others' behavior, I was essentially reminding myself that I didn't need anyone's permission to feel worthy or valuable. I could simply choose to recognize my own worth, regardless of whether others acknowledged it or not. The practice of holding your head high extends beyond just physical posture and demeanor. It's also about developing what I call mental posture, the internal stance you take toward yourself and your place in the world. This means walking through life with the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you belong wherever you are. It means not constantly second-guessing yourself or seeking permission from others to take up space, express your opinions, or pursue your goals. It means refusing to shrink yourself to accommodate other people's insecurities or limitations. If someone makes a cutting remark about your choices, your appearance, or your capabilities, you can choose to let it pass by like background noise that has nothing to do with your actual worth or potential. You're operating from such a solid foundation of self-respect that their attempts to diminish you simply don't register as meaningful or threatening. This internal shift has practical implications for how you navigate challenging social and professional situations. When you walk into a room with genuine confidence, not arrogance or false bravado, but authentic self-assurance, people notice. They can sense that you're not someone who can be easily manipulated, intimidated, or pushed around. This natural confidence tends to discourage disrespectful behavior because most people instinctively recognize when someone is truly secure in themselves. Interestingly, the more you practice holding your head high, the less you'll find that disrespectful behavior from others even registers on your emotional radar. You'll be so grounded in your own sense of worth that other people's attempts to bring you down will feel irrelevant and powerless. It's not that you become cold or disconnected. Rather, you become selective about which voices and opinions you allow to influence your internal state. You start to recognize that most disrespectful behavior says far more about the person displaying it than it does about you. People who consistently treat others poorly are usually dealing with their own unresolved issues, insecurities, or pain. Understanding this doesn't mean you have to tolerate their behavior, but it helps you avoid taking it personally and allows you to respond from a place of strength rather than defensiveness. Here's my practical challenge for you. The next time you encounter disrespectful behavior, whether it's a subtle dig, an outright insult, or any other attempt to make you feel diminished, resist the urge to react defensively or emotionally. Instead, take a deep breath, consciously straighten your posture, and look the person directly in the eye as if to say, "I see what you're doing, but I'm above this level of interaction." You don't need to say anything confrontational or aggressive. Sometimes the most powerful response is simply to maintain your dignity and composure while making it clear that their behavior doesn't have the power to affect your sense of self-worth. Hold your head high, not because you're better than anyone else, but because you recognize your own inherent value and refuse to let others diminish it. The practice of consistently holding your head high is ultimately more than just a technique for dealing with disrespectful people. It's a powerful way of living that communicates respect for yourself and invites respect from others. It's a quiet but unmistakable statement that says, "I know who I am, I value who I am, and nothing you say or do can change that fundamental truth." As we reach the conclusion of this exploration into commanding respect and handling disrespectful behavior, it's important to understand that these approaches represent more than just tactical responses to challenging people. They're fundamentally about developing an unshakable foundation of self-respect that becomes the bedrock for all your interactions and relationships. Life is genuinely too short and too precious to spend it constantly bending over backward for people who can't or won't see your value. You don't need anyone's permission to stand tall, protect your peace of mind, and live life on your own terms. People will inevitably try to bring you down, test your boundaries, question your choices, and challenge your confidence. That's simply the reality of living in a world with other human beings who have their own insecurities, agendas, and unresolved issues. But here's the empowering truth. You get to decide what energy you allow into your life, and you get to set the standard for how you're treated. You have far more control over these dynamics than you might have previously realized. The techniques we've explored, the silent stare, strategic silence, refusing to over-explain your choices, creating healthy distance, and holding your head high, are all expressions of the same fundamental principle: self-respect. When you consistently demonstrate genuine respect for yourself through your actions, responses, and boundaries, something remarkable happens. You naturally begin to attract people who recognize and appreciate your worth. The people who are drawn to you will be those who share similar values around mutual respect, authentic communication, and healthy relationships. Meanwhile, people who are primarily interested in drama, conflict, or having someone to disrespect will find you far less appealing as a target. This isn't about becoming arrogant, cold, or dismissive toward others. It's about developing such a solid sense of your own worth that you no longer feel compelled to accept poor treatment from anyone. It's about understanding that your emotional well-being, your time, and your energy are valuable resources that should be invested wisely rather than wasted on people who don't appreciate them. The most beautiful aspect of developing genuine self-respect is that it creates a positive feedback loop in your life. The more you respect yourself, the more you naturally attract people who will respect you. The more you protect your peace, the more peaceful your daily experience becomes. The more you hold yourself to high standards of treatment, the more those standards become your normal, expected reality. Remember that respect truly does start with you. It begins with how you see yourself, how you treat yourself, and how you allow others to treat you. When you own your personal power and walk through life with quiet confidence, when you set clear boundaries and maintain them consistently, when you refuse to shrink yourself to accommodate others' insecurities, you're not just improving your own life. You're also modeling healthy behavior for others and contributing to a culture of mutual respect. Every time you choose to respond to disrespect with dignity rather than defensiveness, every time you refuse to engage with unnecessary drama, every time you hold your head high in the face of someone's attempt to diminish you, you're making a powerful statement about what you will and won't accept in your life. These choices accumulate over time, gradually building a reputation and personal presence that naturally commands respect from others. The goal isn't to become invulnerable to all criticism or feedback. Healthy relationships involve honest communication, and genuine growth often requires being open to different perspectives. The goal is to become so grounded in your own sense of worth that you can distinguish between constructive feedback from people who care about you and disrespectful behavior from people who are simply trying to make themselves feel better by making you feel worse. As you begin implementing these approaches in your daily life, be patient with yourself and remember that developing unshakable self-respect is an ongoing process, not a destination you arrive at once and maintain effortlessly forever. There will be moments when you slip back into old patterns of over-explaining, accepting poor treatment, or allowing others to pull you into unnecessary drama. That's completely normal and part of the learning process. What matters is that you continue to recommit to treating yourself with the respect you deserve and holding others to reasonable standards of decent behavior. Each time you successfully navigate a disrespectful situation with dignity and strength, you're building confidence in your ability to handle whatever challenges come your way. The techniques we've explored aren't just about managing difficult people, they're about becoming the kind of person who naturally commands respect through their presence, their boundaries, and their unwavering commitment to their own well-being. They're about creating a life where drama and disrespect become increasingly rare because you've made it clear that you simply don't participate in those kinds of interactions. So hold your head high. Embrace the power of strategic silence when it serves you. Refuse to waste your energy explaining yourself to people who aren't genuinely interested in understanding you, and never apologize for walking away from situations or relationships that don't serve your highest good. Your self-respect is not negotiable. Your peace of mind is not optional, and your worth is not up for debate. Take care of yourself, stay strong in your convictions, and always remember that the respect you show yourself sets the standard for how everyone else will treat you. You deserve to be treated with dignity, kindness, and consideration, and you have every right to insist on nothing less. The world needs more people who understand their worth and aren't afraid to live accordingly. And that person can and should be you.